What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Chip Brown will be joining us any moment now, but appreciate y'all for rocking with us here. TSU Tuesday, September 9th. Feeling good. Longhorns got the dub against, damn, I already forgot who the hell they freaking played just now. San Jose State, should have been more, but wasn't. Let's see if they could clear the spread. 41.5 against UTEP coming up. So we'll be discussing that all week long. Again, subscribe, Twitch, YouTube, X, Facebook. We're everywhere. Get the app if you don't got it. Help us, help y'all. You know what I'm saying? There's my man, the hair looking on point in the green room. My guy, Chip Brown. What's up, dog?
Hey, the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And it's off the rails Tuesday. Woo!
Yo, man, the hair looks good. I haven't seen you with the hair out. Usually you're rocking a cap or something like that, but the hair looks good, man.
Oh, man.
I feel it.
I feel like I've been in the blender already today, but hey, let's have some fun for the next couple hours. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about. We got Hank Hummer coming on. What's going on?
Well, yeah. We got Hank. We got Hummer. We got a great show for you. You know what I mean?
All right. That's what I like to hear.
So I want to ask you this, my man Zay.
Damn.
What would be your advice to Texas fans right now about this Texas football team?
I don't know. I would say to take a deep breath. That's what my advice would be, probably, because there's a lot of folks, not if you've been listening to us on the regular or if you just started listening to us, appreciate that, but we've been talking about this team, specifically the offense, having their ups and downs. And if you jumped on the national media train during the preseason, where preseason number one, everybody's picked to win a national championship. Arch Manning becoming the Heisman number one pick in the 2026 draft. Right now, you probably feel a little bamboozled. Not saying those things can't still happen, but right now, if you've watched these last two games, you look at this team, you look at what's going on in the country with the rest of college football, and there's a lot of teams that aren't playing up to expectations. Georgia, Clemson, you know what I'm saying? And you could throw Texas in the mix. So I would say take a deep breath, because this team could still be really good. They just got to keep working at it. The penalties, unacceptable. San Jose State, you got 12 penalties every which way. Oh, you want to roughen the punter? Cool, we got you. Oh, you want to roughen the passer? Cool, we got you. You want a cut blocking call? Cut blocking on the goal line? Sure, let's throw that out there.
And by the way, that was on Brandon Baker. He was not supposed to be engaged with the guy that Cole Hudson was blocking. So that was a learning experience for Brandon Baker.
Yeah, the youngster has a lot of learning experiences that we've seen these last 2 weeks. Ton of upside, man. I think Brandon Baker's going to be a hell of a player, but there's a reason why he was in a battle with Andre Kojo. And who knows if Andre Kojo were healthy, what that right tackle spot would be looking like right now, because it was kind of on default how it went to Brandon Baker. And now we're seeing that he has some limitations. There's times where he's a liability. There's times where his communication's not there. You could throw DJ Campbell in the mix with that because both of those guys have to be on the same page. But we saw end of the game, 4th and 3. You need it. Ohio State, Brandon Baker completely misses his assignment, and that dude comes off the edge clean as a whistle, untouched. Then you saw against San Jose State, where even though they were smaller, they were still quick. He was having his troubles with that also. So that's things like that worry you. You know, I did think they would have their ups and downs, the offensive line as a whole, just because the experience when you lose guys like, you know, lose guys like Jake Majors and Hayden Connor and Kelvin Banks, they're going to take a step back. Like those guys, that was a deep group right there. And they didn't come off the field very often. So you knew early on there's going to be some ups and downs. But again, San Jose State, like Ohio State, okay, that makes sense. San Jose State's giving you problems. San Jose State is getting in the backfield. You can't run the ball on the team that Central Michigan put up 200 on the ground, 200 plus like 250. How much was it, Chip? It was a lot. I know they ran it 50 times, but
yeah,
still.
it was like 230.
Yeah, like I love Contravian Wisner, but he's not Herschel Walker. He doesn't make your team that much better if he's in the game or not for you to have that limited amount of rushing yards against a team that was very vulnerable, in my opinion, especially with their size compared to Texas. So where's the disconnect there early with Kyle Flood's group and Steve Sarkisian and, you know, again, who knows if the defense wasn't punching that ball out, Anthony Hill, haymaking guys like Mike Tyson right across the jaw, like Ty Anthony Smith just snatching balls out of folks' hands. You know what I'm saying? Like if they didn't have that defense setting them up in good field position this whole time, then who knows what that offense would have looked like? Who knows what those numbers would have looked like? Which this offense, they needed to see that ball in the end zone. So thank you, defense, for making that easier for them by giving them good field position. But
well, look at Georgia. Georgia, what was it? 13-6 in the third quarter against Austin Peay. And I'm not sure that we know if Georgia can run the ball. You know, you had a bunch of weird LSU didn't look great against La Tech. Clemson took their time getting rid of Troy. South Carolina got off to a slow start against South Carolina State. Probably the most impressive team was Oregon.
Right.
Who completely dismantled Mike Gundy and the Cowboys.
Just keep your mouth shut, Mike. Keep your mouth shut, dog. That's all you got to do.
I like Mike Gundy.
I like him too. Sweet man.
That looked like a team that had nothing in the tank. If they don't get markedly better, it's going to look like Gundy's trying to get fired so he can collect that $15 million buyout.
Oh my gosh.
And that's not who he is. But that's how bad they got beat. They got pistol whipped. Like, if we I don't know, we may have to get Barry Trammell on to take the pulse of what's going on up there in Stillwater. But I mean, Oregon looked good. OU looked impressive against Michigan. But here's the thing. OU's offensive line didn't look that good. Like John Mateer was making everything happen. Like, can he sustain that? He carried the ball 22 times. We'll ask Hummer.
He a little light in the ass for all that. He ain't Cam Newton. That's a lot.
Right.
Like, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I want the Anthony Hill, Ty Anthony Smith Leoga the foul. Oh man, that's like eating barbecue wings extra wet. Them finger licking good moments right there. You kidding me? Give me some of that, John Mateer.
19 carries.
Yeah.
And he played like he's the reason they won.
Yeah. He got a loose arm, man. I like the way he throws. Like,
yeah, no, I like, and he's accurate outside the pocket.
Yeah.
Which is something we need to see from 16. Because Colt McCoy, I've always said, was more accurate outside the pocket than he was in it. That's why they felt so, they didn't have a great offensive line in 2009. So they rolled him, they waggled him, and no problem. Colt could throw on the run with, in 2008, he set the single season completion record. And that's a gift. That's an art. If you can be going to your left and going to your right and throw as accurate as if you're set with your feet set, then watch out. That's a dude you got to be leery of if you're the opponent. John Mateer, my question is, can he carry the football? Let's see. OU is at Temple.
Yeah.
They had a home and home with Temple?
Yeah, go eat some Philly cheesesteaks, beat the hell out of the Owls, and then come home.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well. That's your tough road opponent.
Then they get Auburn, and then we'll see. That'll be another good indicator. So I asked you what advice you'd have for Texas fans. Rodney says, mine would be to temper expectations. Rex says, advice, do nothing. There's nothing anybody in this chat can do about anything. We all got to just hope we figure it out. Same as every other fan base.
That's deep, Rex.
Joe K says, my advice is wait until after we play Florida. If we win, chill. If we lose, you may need to medicate. Hair the Dog says, take a step back, quoting Gary Patterson.
Yo, that was a hit, Gary. I forgot about that. Take a step back. You remember when Gary dropped that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Joe K says Sooners rushing offense is worse than I agree. That offensive line didn't get better, markedly better than the crap offensive line. Those are the guys who were on the team last year on that historically bad offense. Now maybe they'll get better, but they couldn't run it.
Hard to run against Michigan, though.
Yeah.
It's always hard.
And most, like we said, Javonte Barnes ran it 6 times for 24 yards. Torrey Blaylock ran it 9 times for 24 yards. So Mateer was the guy, 19 carries, 74 yards, 2 touchdowns. And then, he was 21 of 34 passing, 270 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then let's see here. Rex says it's obvious this fan base only watches Texas games because, it was not like I said, I think Oregon and OU were the 2 impressive teams. Clemson, everyone struggled. LSU, I mean, they won. They just didn't look convincing, clean.
I still think Michigan was very conservative with their playbook with Bryce Underwood. I think they need to let it rip with him a little bit. And maybe that's just where he's at. Like maybe he doesn't have the grasp on the playbook where you feel comfortable letting him rip like that just because he's so young. But you never know if you don't try. I like Bryce Underwood yelling at his teammates. Now that was dope. I like that. You can't say the brother don't want to win. You can't say it's just about the money. He was getting in his running back's ass. He was letting him know, bruh, what are you doing? You better stick to the assignment. I told you go here. I need you here. And if somebody has a problem with that, who cares if you 18 years old, 19 years old? Like, hold them accountable. I appreciate that, especially for a young player like Bryce Underwood that has a lot of people saying, oh, this guy, he's not the best. Look how he did LSU. We're like, all right, prove them wrong. So I can appreciate that.
Yeah, and OU's defense is pretty good. Rex says Mateer is the OU offense. If he happens to have a bad day where the opposing defense has a good game plan, OU will likely lose. And that, Baron Sorrell last year did a really good job of, helping to contain quarterbacks in the pocket. So Texas was not really hurt by running quarterbacks as much as other teams were. Let's bring in Hank South, managing editor at Horns 24/7. We'll call him the MVP. Hankster.
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good.
Doing good, man. We're just you were there for the Steve Sarkisian press conference. How surprised were you when he said, I don't have pictures of you all going to the bathroom, so I don't know what that face looks like, when he was asked about Wincegate, which you wrote about? We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
What did you think of Sarkisian's response?
So it took me a minute to figure out what he was saying. I mean, I was sitting right next to you and I was like, wait, because I couldn't hear what the reporter from the Daily Texan asked him. I thought he said growing pains. I didn't hear him say throwing pains. And
yeah, he said throwing with a TH,
yes.
not
so
growing pains.
I was trying to figure that out. I could tell Sark was kind of giving him a, says who. So, you could tell a little bit of the snippiness from Sark. But yeah, I'm still trying to, hilarious response. Like, I really don't know what to make of it. Now it's turned from Wincegate to bathroom gate. I don't know what he meant by that.
Well, now every time someone sees Arch wince, they're going to think of someone going to the bathroom.
But hey, that was the viral moment from yesterday. But then of course, he responds that way, and then everyone's like, oh, the way he's responding, he's hiding something. That's all the comments after that. Like he's covering something up. Like it's just, so there's a new conspiracy theory now on top of, what everyone was already thinking from that clip during the game. So, yeah, interesting comment. It's certainly not going to make the speculation die down. It's just going to kind of probably ramp up a little bit more. But yeah, so we'll see.
We'll talk about the story you wrote.
Yeah. So going back to the game, the play, we're all sitting in the press box. You see the replay, and yeah, he absolutely looks like, it's a pretty labored face, I'd say, when he throws that ball, and not just that. When he throws it, I mean, the ball goes straight to Ryan Wingo's feet. It's a terrible pass. And so, immediately think, oh, is his shoulder hurting him? But then at the same time, you're thinking, is he just pissed that he immediately realized that he's throwing a terrible pass? And that's his reaction. And so, that's kind of what I was leaning to. And then, I started looking back through the USA Today database of pictures, because obviously Arch Manning has been the most photographed high school football recruit for the last, handful of years. And so, you have game photos of him back in high school, 4 years ago. And I noticed some of them, he was making similar faces, but it wasn't as strained or wincing as the one on Saturday. And then I looked at game photos last year when I think it was the ULM game last year. He rolls out and throws a pass, and it's almost it's almost worse than the face he's making in the game against San Jose State on Saturday. So I was like, okay, so it looks like this is just a face he makes when he's chunking the ball. And then I started reaching out to some sources, and everything I was getting. We had Steve Sarkisian's comments after the game. He was asked about the face Arch made. He was like, I don't know anything about that. That's the first time hearing from it. So kind of shot it down. Someone asked Arch about it. He said, no, I got to make that throw. Kind of shot it down. But then, I started checking in with different sources, and, responses I was getting is Arch is not hurt. He's not hurt. That's, it's when you have like a, 300-pound lineman bearing down on you, you're about to get hit, you might make a little bit of a strained face when you're trying to get the ball out quick or take hits and whatnot. So, everything I've gathered is he's not hurt, but, social media is social media. People are going to continue to speculate. It didn't help that it was a terrible pass, and he had another one of those against Ohio State that went straight to the ground. So it is. I understand why people would be, skeptical of it, but everything I've gathered from people I trust is that he is not hurt. At least not hurt in the sense of his shoulder or throwing arm. None of these guys are 100% healthy. They're all taking hits all the time. So, Sark even said that on the first day of fall camp this is the healthiest everyone's going to be today. But I think people can rest easy that Arch is okay. I think it's more of a mechanics, fundamentals, footwork kind of thing that's resulting in some of these errant passes.
Yeah, because he's running without any problems, Hank. He's overthrowing guys. Like, he can't find Ryan Wingo to save his life, and a lot of those are just overthrown balls to where if he did have some sort of shoulder or throwing issue injury-wise, I would hate to see what he looked like healthy because, man, that ball's really traveling in the air for him to, quote-unquote, have an issue right now. But at the end of the day, when you saw Arch Manning this past Saturday, what did you see from him from that first game against Ohio State to San Jose State? Obviously, the competition is a lot different, but he improved. What are the things you saw, Hank?
I thought he just looked a lot more comfortable. Obviously the offense was sloppy. There were the false starts. He had that one forced throw that, he could have just gotten rid of the ball, but he tried to throw it in there across the field and it got picked off. But overall, I thought he looked a lot more comfortable and in command of the offense. We saw that stretch in the first half where they were just ripping off touchdown passes to Livingston and Jack injuries. I thought we saw that connection start to really blossom as we were seeing that in the second half of Ohio State with him and Livingston as well, but him really start to connect with the receivers. But he seemed more in command. I think he has really good pocket presence. Like, he knows when, to stand in there. He knows when to get out and maybe, there's questions about, should he run here or should he, run out of bounds or throw it away? But I think he has a pretty good pocket presence feel of that seems to be coming along. Like, he doesn't get sacked very easily. So I think that showed his running ability, obviously the 20-yard scramble for the touchdown. So, and he had those throws and again, back to the injury thing or the speculation of the injury. It's like, if he truly was hurt and Texas knew about it, but was covering it up, why would they keep him in until pretty late in the fourth? Like, they didn't bring Matthew Caldwell in until, the last, 6 minutes of the game. So, you would think that if he was dealing with something, they would have, pulled him a little bit earlier. But, back to it, I thought he looked more comfortable, more in command. I thought the offense, we saw more glimpses of the offense, a little bit less of the running game. That wasn't getting going. The interior blocking, I think still, there's some questions there. But even Sark mentioned, against Ohio State, it was, Ohio State's defensive front is like, you just have to line up and block them. He said San Jose State's front is like, these guys are smaller and faster. And so they kind of had to shift up, their blocking schemes and whatnot to account for that. And so, I thought we learned more about Texas. I thought, Arch got more comfortable, get a couple more of these games in, clean up the sloppiness, clean up the penalties. And, I think they should be pretty primed for the trip to Florida.
Yeah. And this week, UTEP leads the nation in tackles for loss per game. They have 23 tackles for loss, 10 sacks through 2 games. So this is going to be another little test here. See what this offensive line can do. Probably not going to have Quintravian Wisner, who Sark wants to make sure is fully healthy for SEC play, Hank.
Yeah. I thought I was looking at stats just before I came on, and you said tackles for loss. They lead the nation in sacks. They're tied for the lead in the nation with 10 sacks through 2 games, which is pretty wild. And what's interesting about that is UTEP lost their 2 best edge rushers last year to the portal. The guy, I think they were both Conference USA players of the year. And now the guys they brought in are picking up the slack. But but yeah, it'll be interesting. Good test. Obviously Gooseby, I think has performed like we thought Trevor Gooseby would. They've been pretty solid in pass protection. This will obviously be a great test. You're going to see a lot more elite fronts, once you get into SEC play. But yeah, another good test for Arch to feel comfortable standing back there, trusting his guys to hold up, get some more practice for these younger backs. If Wisner is out, maybe we can see Christian Clark get going a little bit more. Jarrett Gibson, maybe he can rebound from, he didn't, he had the fumble, but we didn't really see any flash explosive plays from him. So maybe get them some more experience, get them more comfortable in the pass blocking part of it. So yeah, it'll be a good test. I think for this game with the offenses, continue to build this chemistry. I think you want to get Ryan Wingo going. You want to get him confident. Sark talked about him, maybe pressing a little bit too hard, just like he did with Colin Simmons. It's like, it sounds weird, but they're trying too hard almost. But in some of it, you look at, the Wingo, the pass to his feet, he couldn't really help that. But then you look at the other one in the first half where he just ball hit him right in the numbers and he dropped it. That probably very well could have gone for 6. So, you want to get Ryan Wingo going. What's that?
That was on 3rd down too.
Yeah. And so you want to get him going. You want to get him comfortable, still, waiting to see when Emmett Mosley is going to come back. I would imagine it's not going to happen. I think they're probably just going to keep him getting ready for SEC play. But yeah, get this offense comfortable, continue, maybe they were starting to experiment with all those different 12 personnel sets out of the tight end group, had all 5 tight ends play, maybe get those guys a little bit more comfortable. I think Sark said himself, outside of quarterback, the tight end position is probably the most difficult or most important position on offense to play, just with everything you have to do with all their play calls and whatnot and what they do. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of how they come out and how they respond. You have a 38-point game, you beat a team by 31 points, and you still want to see improvement. It wasn't a perfect game by any measure, so you certainly want to continue to see improvement.
Well, and you loved Nick Townsend coming in as a recruit.
Yeah.
And he looks like, he's going to block.
Yeah.
Man, is he going to block? I thought he and Amari Winston looked like complete players. Jordan Washington, not so much.
Yeah, and Washington had that drop. Certainly a ball he should have caught, but then he responded. I think he caught a pass over the middle a few series later, had a good little gain. I think I'm not
struggled in the blocking.
What's that?
Jordan Washington struggled in the blocking.
Yeah. So he didn't grade very well in PFF. But we'll see as things go along. But yeah, Nick Townsend, his highlight play, and Jack Andrews even mentioned it. He was telling him just like go hit somebody, and he came around and just lit up. I don't know if it was the edge or a linebacker coming down, but just blew the guy up. And so that was a lot of these like skill or the tight ends receivers. You get excited about their pass catching ability, but then when you see that they can also mix in, the blocking portion of it is just as important at that position, you get pretty excited. So yeah, Nick Townsend, stud. We heard about him. Jeff Banks mentioned him without someone asking about him in prior to fall camp. And, we're kind of starting to see why, that they're excited about him.
Hank, obviously Ryan Wingo having his struggles. DeAndre Moore hasn't necessarily gotten involved in the offense. Emmett Mosley, the 5th, being out. But Parker Livingston's really been a big surprise in the first 2 games for this 2025 season. And obviously what he showed in Columbus a couple of weeks ago was impressive. But him taking that 83-yarder to the house where he topped 20 miles per hour, I know a lot of Longhorn fans were questioning the explosive play, or do they have any explosive guys? Well, when you clock 20 miles per hour, you're pretty damn explosive. Just talk about Livingston and just the growth he's made from that year last year to sitting out to now being one of the main pieces for this Texas offense.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of, and Sark talked about it. Parker talked yesterday to media. It was just kind of, he talked about how, so his senior season, he opened up against College Station, and Jordan Scruggs was there from Horse 24/7, and he made just about every play you could possibly make. I think he returned a kickoff. I want to say he returned a punt. He was catching deep touchdown passes. And unfortunately he got hurt, so he missed a lot of his senior season. Obviously, you come into Texas, he's behind, Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, Ryan Wingo. he's behind, a bunch of big time players. So he didn't obviously have a chance to really contribute last year. And so he was talking about how he hasn't really played for 2 years in kind of the game setting. And so, he really just, stuck his head down, went to work. Sark talked about, he doesn't, I think Sark says, like, leave your stars at the door, but he just learned the playbook. He learned from all the guys ahead of him, learned from other leaders on the team, Michael Taff, and just learned, the work he had to put in. And he has the connection with Arch, obviously being roommates. That's really starting to kind of reflect on the football field. But I wasn't really surprised that, he's had this success, maybe, 80-yard touchdown. Yeah. I didn't fully expect that out of him, but all through spring, we were hearing about Parker Livingston. Every time we heard about them in fall camp, even when we saw them in the practice viewing portions, it was Parker Livingston standing out at receiver. So it makes sense that, with Emmett Mosley down, and who knows, maybe he would have, beat out Emmett Mosley anyway, to kind of be the third guy at receiver. So it makes sense that he's having the success he is. And so, for Texas to, it's important, when you have Ryan Wingo not playing at the level we think he can play, when you have DeAndre Moore now dealing with his injury and a slow start, although, he had that big play in the first offensive play of the game for Texas. They got called back by the hold on Livingston. But so maybe that would have gotten him going more in that game. I don't know. But, when you have those two guys kind of taking a little bit longer to come along, for Parker Livingston to step up and play the way he's playing is huge. For Jack Indries to step up and play the way he's playing is huge. So definitely important. But yeah, it kind of just, reflects what we were hearing all through spring and fall about, fall camp, what Texas thought he could be.
Yeah. And sounds like DeAndre Moore might be questionable for this week. Yeah. We'll have to see about that.
Well, he couldn't even, he was getting carried off and stuff, and his body was all limp. DeAndre Moore, it did not look good.
Yeah. Well, and that's more opportunity, right, Hank?
And we saw Texas, they were trying to get Aaron Butler involved more this past week. We saw him. He almost had that one nice catch down the sideline, one-handed catch. But they were certainly trying to get him more involved. I think Nibbit played a little bit. The back of the reserve receiver, Khalil Lockett had a big catch. Sark noted him. And so, they're getting the younger guys more involved, and this is a good opportunity for them to, get their feet wet against, Utah, Houston, teams that, you don't need to be at full strength to beat. You don't want to just completely overlook them, but you can certainly play your reserve younger guys and probably still have a pretty good chance at winning, to get them some looks, because, again, it's a long season. You have to win a national championship, you have to win, 16, 17 games or play in 16, 17 games. And, everyone's going to have to play at some point. And so now is the perfect opportunity to get them some playing time.
Hank, this defense, obviously they made a point of emphasis of taking the ball away from the opposing offense, and they did that 4 times. What did you see with just this defense and their mindset these last 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's wild to think the defense is playing at the level it's playing. And I know, there's some people will say, San Jose State put together some sustained drives, but I think Texas is a great example of in certain instances, they can bend a little bit, but they never really break. They'll let up some things. And, I think Sark even said, it was a little bit more run than a little bit more running than they were expecting with, facing the run and shoot offense. I think they're planning for San Jose State to throw the ball a little bit more, but so that there was a few occasions where, San Jose State had some drives, but they never totally broke down. And the fact that they're playing at this level without a guy like Colin Simmons playing at the level we know he can play at, or really the pass rush altogether hasn't really hit home yet. They had the, Murad Watson, Colin Simmons sack, but, there's been penalties. We just haven't seen the best version of Colin Simmons or this pass rush yet. And, I think it'll get going eventually, but again, with Ryan Wingo, who's Sark said, he's just trying too hard, he thinks, and he just needs to settle in and play his game. And so, but yeah, the turnovers were huge, and that was something they emphasized all last week, is they wanted I think Sark named the guys he wanted to he really thought could force turnovers, and then you go to the game and it's Ty Anthony Smith, Anthony Hill, Jelani McDonald, the guys that he thought could force turnovers were forcing turnovers. And so, those guys, you see Jalen Gilbo get his first interception of his career, which is wild to really put into perspective. I went back and looked. That's entering San Jose State. That's 1,084 snaps he's played for Texas, and that was his first interception. And he almost had two. He dropped the second one. And so I talked to him after the game. He was cradling the ball. He had the San Jose State ball. He kept it.
That was
like,
so
I'm signing
funny.
this and keeping it. And I was like, is San Jose State cool with that? And he was like, they didn't ask for it back. He's like, I just went to the sideline with it. So he kept the ball. So that was cool for him, forcing all the turnovers. It felt only right that Jalen Gilbo get in on the action to get an interception there for his first. But yeah, I mean, solid defense. They're going to have, this, UTEP, obviously, they're not a great team, but I mean, I think this is a pretty good challenge when you're facing a high level quarterback a highly rated quarterback coming out of high school like Malachi Nelson. And then this is what's interesting to me is, the first three games is like, you wouldn't expect the two most productive receivers to be Kenny Odom from UTEP and Danny Scudero from San Jose State when you have Jeremiah Smith on your schedule. Like, those are the two guys that have like wreaked the most havoc in college football for the teams they've faced so far this year. So like Scudero last week, he's the number 2 receiver in the nation. Kenny Odom this week is the number 15 receiver in the nation. So that's going to be the guy they're trying to try to get the ball to a lot. And so, it'll be a good test to try to slow them down. They have some offensive weapons. I don't think they have the guys to match up with Texas to actually upset them, but they have some guys that'll be a good challenge in this up-tempo style, a little bit different styles they're seeing each week. So I'll be interested to see this defense, how the defense matches up against them on Saturday.
Yeah. When you look at Arch, where did you see the most improvement? Because it's clear he's still struggling against pressure, but where did you see the most improvement?
It's a good question. I don't know. Like I said earlier, I mean, I just thought he looked much more in command. Like I think he had some jitters against Ohio State. I think anybody would in that situation on the road against the defending national champions. I just think he looked much more in command. He looked like he was having more fun. I think you're not playing the Buckeyes, you're playing San Jose State, but it looked like he was enjoying it more. The touchdown run, he was doing a celebration. It just looked like he had a better feel and was in a little bit better of a rhythm. As sloppy as they were at times, it just seemed like he had a better feel. So that's kind of where I saw the biggest change from week 1 to week 2. If he can keep that going, obviously there's still, the pass at the feet of Ryan Wingo, the overthrow on that one play. I mean, he still has some he was doing some of the stuff he was doing against Ohio State with the mechanics and the throwing motion, whatnot. But certainly, I think we saw a much better version of Arch, and he graded out highest on PFF on the whole team. I mean, he had a 85.6, I think, which is getting close to elite range of scoring per PFF. I know people have their doubts about PFF's scoring model, but I mean, he accounts for 5 touchdowns, could have accounted for 6 or 7 had that play got called back, with Livingston, that pass he had to him, they got called back. And then obviously the Wingo drop on 3rd down. So, I was impressed. I thought he did well. Just got to keep, they had more explosive plays too. I thought that was another emphasis too. Like I think they had their mark of what they wanted at 20% of explosive plays, 9, I think. So that they obviously want to do that or better each game. So that's kind of where we saw more improvement as well.
What are you looking for with this Texas football team headed into this week 3 against UTEP, game 3, that game against Florida, even though Florida might not be what we thought they were, and who knows, USF might be way better than we thought they were going to be. So we don't know yet. It's only week 3 coming up, but what are you expecting from this Longhorn team to improve on or just keep working on? Your thoughts on that, Hank?
I think that they just have to find consistency. Like, you can go against San Jose State, you can have, the whatever second quarter period where they were just 4 straight touchdowns and they looked like they were the preseason number 1 team. Like, San Jose State had no answers. And then the rest of the game got pretty sloppy. The penalties, on offense and defense, on special teams. And it just, it wasn't a complete 4-quarter game where they probably could have blown San Jose State out a lot more than they did had it not been for the sloppiness. So I think you can't have those kind of those lapses, I guess, against teams like Florida, even if they aren't as good as we thought. You're still going to be at one of the hardest, if not the hardest, college football venue on the road in the swamp. It's going to be loud regardless if Florida loses the next few games. Like, they're still going to show up for that game. You just can't have those lapses where, you get 12 penalties for 125 yards, a full football field of penalty yardage. You can't have that and expect to win the game. So I think just a consistent, lesser penalties, you're always going to get a penalty or two, or, a few. You don't typically get 12. You want to cut down on those. You want to be more consistent. You want to get your star playmakers going. You need those guys for this team to make the run they want to make. You need Ryan Wingo to be Ryan Wingo. You need Colin Simmons to be Colin Simmons. So over the next 2 games, get those guys going, get them comfortable, be a little bit more well-oiled or well-tuned machine heading into Gainesville.
The line is 41.5. Texas is yet to cover.
Yeah.
41.5 against a team that's leading the nation in tackles for loss per game.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a betting guy myself, but I don't know if I would take, any team to cover like that huge of a spread. Like, it's unless like your preseason or like non-conference Oregon, like those guys constantly cover whoever they're playing. But yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of points. So I don't know.
Speaking of Oregon, what'd you think of that? 69-3?
Yeah, I saw the score. I didn't watch much of it, but Oregon is Oregon. Decorian Moore was balling out. That's for sure. So, not to, put salt on the wound of Texas fans. He probably would be, pretty good chance he'd be doing that in Austin too, if, had he chosen the Longhorns. So, but yeah, Oregon looks legit. Yeah, there were some crazy games. Brennan Thompson on Mississippi State beating the Sun Devils. That was wild. John Mateer looks like he might be the guy at Oklahoma that they were looking for. So, yeah, there's a lot of good games on Saturday.
Yeah. What's going on the recruiting circuit, Hank? Or how are Longhorns who have committed, how are they doing in their early high school seasons?
Yeah. So, everyone's going now. Usually it takes a few weeks for everyone to, Georgia usually starts over here, Florida starts earlier, but everyone's going now. Tyler Atkinson just got healthy. He missed a couple of games for Grayson. He's been playing really well. Kind of being the missile he is at linebacker. Diabell and Derek Cooper, actually, their teams played each other this past weekend. Chaminade Madonna got the best of American Heritage, but both those guys have been looking really good. And what's interesting is Diabell's team, I think it's either this weekend or next weekend. Jordan puts out the high school schedule, but they play Edna Carr in New Orleans. So he's going to play Hayward Howard's team. So it'll be Texas quarterback commit versus Texas cornerback commit. So that'll be kind of an interesting matchup to watch. But, across the board, some strong early season performances. In terms of like the actual recruiting, it is slow right now. Texas had visitors, but, it was an 11 a.m. kick second weekend of the season. You're not going to have kind of like your heavy hitters outside of kids already committed. Like we saw James Johnson visit, which was huge. We saw Vodney Cleveland come out to visit, which was big. Get those guys back on campus and, kind of reconfirm their, not that they were wavering, but, get them feeling good about Texas, all over again with their commitments. But I think the big interesting note of this week, and we wrote about it last week on Horns 24/7, is Corey Wells, who's committed to Texas. He's the 4-star defensive lineman from Mississippi. He actually took an official visit to Auburn, or he didn't take the official visit. His brother, who's being recruited by Auburn, took the official visit. And so obviously you can bring your family. Corey Wells has already taken an official visit himself to Auburn prior to visiting Texas in the summer. But anyway, Auburn's trying to flip his brother, Chris, from South Alabama. He's a linebacker recruit. And obviously they're trying to make that a package deal with Corey. So a lot of buzz that Corey Wells is going to flip to Auburn. I wouldn't be shocked to see that happen. That kind of seems how it's trending. Obviously, Texas doesn't want that to happen. He's obviously, they love Corey Wells. He's a stud defensive playmaker. But that's kind of the big news story we're tracking right now in terms of Texas recruiting. If Texas can hang on to him, or if he's gonna flip to Auburn. Either way, I think I said this when Corey Wells committed. Is like kids from the state of Mississippi have the wildest recruitments to try to cover. Like I've covered some insane recruitments from the state of Mississippi where like for whatever reason, like they can be committed for years. And at the very end, it's always Ole Miss or Mississippi State that come in and make it really interesting and almost flip them, or do flip them at the very end. Like I remember, for example, to keep this on the defensive line subject, Raekwon Davis, I covered him at Bama. He was committed to Alabama for like 2 years, from like 2014, maybe 2013. And he was in the class of 2016. And he took an official visit to Mississippi State in January of 2016, which, this is pre-early signing period era. And like somebody, I still don't know what happened with the story, but our Mississippi State sites reporting that he flipped to Mississippi State. He was sitting with Dan Mullen, told him he was coming. It was done. Raekwon Davis was texting people that he flipped to Mississippi State, but then he was DMing people on Twitter that he didn't flip to Mississippi State and was still committed to Alabama. And so like nobody knew who they were talking to. Like it was like people convinced. I think we maybe moved him to a Mississippi State commit, but then he was still committed to Bama. He showed up to Bama the next weekend, signed with Alabama in February. So, I mean, and I probably have like 6 more stories of Mississippi kids that like similar situations. So Corey Wells, if he flips to Auburn this week, which I think he could, probably will, I don't think that recruitment's over. Like I would almost feel better about putting in a pick for Ole Miss or Mississippi State before this is all said and done. So that's what we're watching. That's recruiting.
Hank, keep up the great work, man. Everybody needs to get over to Horns 24/7 for all the latest, including Hank's story on Wincegate. Keep up the good work, my man. Let's do it again next week.
Appreciate it. Sounds good, guys.
Appreciate
all right.
it.
South, managing editor at Horns 24/7. Of course, our Tuesday football extravaganza continues with hole-in-one Hummer, Chris Hummer of 24/7 Sports and CBS. Hummer, how you doing?
Doing good, y'all. How are y'all doing? I don't have any stories like Hank off the top, man. That was fascinating.
I mean, recruiting is like going to Six Flags and never leaving. It's just you can't. You got to stay with it till the end because you never know.
100%. And this year, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think this year in recruiting could be really interesting too, because this is the first time we've ever had contracts associated with athletes, right? And this is going to be a very busy coaching cycle. So what happens if somebody gets fired and the next head coach doesn't want to keep that person's contract at the number it's at? What happens if the player wants out of a contract that is signed potentially? Like it could get really, really sticky at the end of this cycle.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you, what is going on with Mike Gundy and Oklahoma State, Hummer? Oregon absolutely curb stomped them 69-3.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Lanning's got no chill, right? Like at the end of the day, right? Like he just put it on him. And I mean, there's 2 ways to look at this, right? Like if you're Oklahoma State, you say it's tough to go on the road against Oregon with, I think they signed 41 transfers, like 60 new players and be successful. Starting quarterbacks hurt. But like at the end of the day, you can't get embarrassed like that. And I think the most succinct explanation for this comes down to what a GM at a G6 school now told me this summer. They were recruiting with Oklahoma State a lot in the transfer portal. And they basically said, like, why are we fishing in the same pond as Oklahoma State? And I just think that says all you need to know about where their roster's at.
Yikes. Hummer, your thoughts on Oklahoma versus Michigan? John Mateer put the Sooners on his back and carried them to a win. I did think that Michigan, they were a little conservative with the playbook for Bryce Underwood, but I like Bryce Underwood's fire. I like him cussing out his teammates on the sideline as a freshman. That says a lot about you to me, but your thoughts on that game and both of those teams?
Yeah, I agree. I would have liked to see Bryce Underwood get to let it go a little bit more. He's clearly capable. It didn't seem like he was putting the ball in danger at all on Saturday. So it's not like they were risking somebody coughing up the ball a lot. I would definitely like to see that more out of Michigan, but I think some of that is limitations with the receiver room. Their receiver room is just not good. It's like solid, but it's not good. It's been a problem for a while. It's not something they addressed this offseason. But as far as Oklahoma, man, like, I knew John Mateer was going to be good. Like, and this is not a surprise to me. He was a high-level recruit for a reason in the transfer portal. He was one of the highest-paid quarterbacks in the country this year for a reason. Like, he's the guy who can do it. And him and Ben Arbuckle, his offensive coordinator, who came along with him from Washington State, are always going to put up points. I would just kind of curious what you think. Like, I think John Mateer accounted for like 90% of the offense. I think he led them in rushing by a pretty significant margin. I think he had 17 carries. Doesn't seem particularly sustainable to me for him to run that often. And I'm curious what y'all think about that too.
Yeah, 19 carries for Mateer. I don't know if he can take that much punishment, Hummer. That's a lot of hits that he's being subjected to. And, I don't know what Temple's, going to bring to the table, but Auburn, that's going to be a heck of a test. If he can carry this team and endure that kind of punishment, then Oklahoma's going to be a problem. It just seems like he's one man ganging it. He looks like he's a sturdily built guy.
Yeah, he is like, there's a lot of comparisons with him to Baker Mayfield, and like physically, like they are very similar. Maybe Baker's like a tad thicker, but not by much. Like he's a big dude. He can take some hits, but that's a lot to ask of your quarterback if it's going to have to happen every week in big games. And if you go look at Oklahoma's schedule, like the rest of the schedule is basically big games outside of Temple. So they got a lot to prove. And I mean, even Temple, like they have to go on the road to Temple. Isn't that like one of the weirdest scheduled games you can imagine? And Temple's been really good earlier this year.
Yeah. I mean, because their offensive line doesn't look that good, Hummer. Oklahoma's offensive line. Mateer's.
Yeah, if you go look at the grades on PFF, and PFF grades aren't everything. Like they don't know the assignments. They don't know what the linemen are supposed to do every play. They're basically just grading them on their individual moment, there's a lot of factors that go into that. But Michael Fasusi, the 5-star true freshman, Texas recruited for a long time, last cycle was their highest graded offensive lineman in his first start. And on one hand, you're thinking, oh, great, my 5-star true freshman's playing awesome. But on the other hand, you're thinking like, don't you need your other offensive linemen to play a little better? So I totally agree, Chip. I think that offensive line has a lot to prove. And you need your run game to produce a little bit more. Jaden Knott clearly still nursing an injury, not playing a lot. Like you paid a lot of money for him out of the transfer portal coming over from Cal to support John Mateer. And like, you're just not going to survive. Like Oklahoma, the rest of their SEC schedule is nothing but ranked teams right now. Like 8 games, 8 ranked opponents. That is impossibly difficult. And John Mateer's just not going to hold up the whole time if he has to run the ball 15 times a game.
Yeah. Speaking of another team with a brutal schedule, Florida, Hummer, they're in a tough situation with the loss to USF, and USF has another big game, Miami, this week. I'll like to hear your thoughts on that in a bit, but Billy Napier, this is what they were dreading. You would think Florida coming into this season, all the optimism, DJ Lagway, just him not being available much during training camp. And with the schedule that they got, like I said, losing to South Florida is the last thing they needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Billy Napier knew the assignment this year, right? Like you saved your job last year, but you have to win. Like you have DJ Lagway, off the top of my head, is he in year 4 now at Florida, right? he's had 4 full recruiting cycles to flip his roster. Like, these are his players. It's his quarterback. It's his play calling offensively, which is, I guess, is something we can get into in a little bit potentially. But it's just like, you can't lose to South Florida. You can't lose that game at home. Like, you can't put yourself in that position with the schedule you have. I think Florida fans were at a minimum expecting 8 wins this year. And now that seems borderline impossible based on the way they played on Saturday. And I'm not saying Billy Napier can't save his job or right the ship, because we saw what happened last year. Like, that team was really good down the stretch with DJ Lagway as QB1, but he really hurt himself on Saturday. And like, I've said this a few times, but like, I would not want to be the lobster chilling in that water, the temperature it's getting.
Woo!
Homer. I like that.
Yep.
Good.
Napier is in his 4th year. Yeah. And I, if that kid doesn't spit on the South Florida player, they probably win the game. I mean, if you're Napier, you just got to be slamming your head against the wall. But if you're not coaching it, you're allowing it to happen. And that was undisciplined football.
Yeah. But it's not just that. Like, it's situational football.
Yeah.
Like, that's obviously like the example you point to, and it could be the most damaging.
Because it was late in the game.
I'm sorry.
The spitting was late in the game when they had a lead. And then that extended a drive that allowed South Florida to take the lead, right?
Well, think about the drive before that too, right? Like, so I think Florida got the ball back on maybe the 35 of their 35. Their first play was a pass. Their second play was a run. Their third play was a pass. They took 14 seconds off the clock with like 2.5 minutes left and let South Florida keep, I think, 2 timeouts. Like, if you're playing situational football and you're trying to win the game, like, that's not really how you handle that. And like, I'm sure some people would push back and say like, oh, you're trusting your quarterback, you're trusting your offense. But there were so many other times in that game when Florida was in a 4th and manageable situation and they chose to punt instead of putting it in DJ Lagway's hands and letting him throw the ball. And it's just, if I was a Florida fan, I'd be very frustrated kind of watching that, because it's not necessarily inconsistent. Like, ultimately, you're the head coach and you're going to choose whatever route you do. I don't know if Napier's a by the book guy or if he's like a gut guy, but like, you'd like to see some consistency. And if you're going to trust your quarterback at the end, you should be trusting him throughout to make those plays.
Yeah. Can you tell if there's a sort of a struggle with DJ Lagway, with him not getting those meaningful reps during training camp, Hummer, and now it's coming to bite him in the ass a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say, right? He didn't play, like, he barely was around during the spring because he was nursing injuries. Like, he was limited in fall camp. And like, Florida's bringing in a lot of new receivers. Like, once Dallas Wilson is healthy again, 3 of the receivers in their rotation are brand new, like guys who are in the top 5 of the depth chart, essentially, for that position. So yeah, I think that chemistry is certainly a factor. And like, the margin for error, I think the margin for error in college football is slimmer than it's ever been for these good teams, right? Especially against a really good team like USF. Like, that is one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the G5. And I think USF on the right week can beat almost any team in the Power 4. And like, you got to be on. We saw what happened with Alabama last year in USF. Like, that was an upset that almost happened going into the 4th quarter. And you got to be on. And if you're a little off, and DJ Lagway was certainly a little off on Saturday, it could really cost you.
Hummer, your college football overtime is fantastic. If people are not paying attention, Hummer does an amazing job wrapping up the weekend in college football in his college football overtime column. Bo Pribula of Missouri was the backup quarterback at Penn State, and Bo Pribula was outstanding in Missouri's 42-31 win over Kansas. Are we talking enough about Bo Pribula at Mizzou?
Yeah, I mean, he was awesome. I don't think we are talking enough about him. That was a curious one too, with that quarterback battle with Sam Horn. I know Sam Horn kept it close and like ultimately had his season end in a really unfortunate way in week 1 with an injury. But if you talk to people around Missouri, like, Bo Pribula was the guy that like was I think had a lot of people behind him in that building, and there's good reason for that, right? Like he is clearly a very mobile quarterback, and I think that's what we saw during his time at Penn State. He would be used as a change of pace option for Drew Aller. But what we saw on Saturday is a very different side of him. He went 30 for 39 with 334 yards and 3 touchdowns passing. And if he brings that ceiling to the table for Missouri, a team with a really good defensive line, multiple potential draft picks, a really good offensive line, like given the schedule Missouri has, which is by far the softest in the SEC, like I'm not saying Missouri could make the SEC championship game. Like I think there's a long way to go between now and then, but I think they're on the short list of teams that like could be in that conversation just based on the way the schedule sets up. If he plays like that all year.
Yeah. Hummer, Miami, bringing on South Florida, who's right on the heater right now. How good is South Florida? You just mentioned them being one of the top 3 or 4 teams, and G5, Alex Golesh. I love him as a coach. I remember last year where he got old Tom Herman out of there, and Herman wanted to be spicy with him, and Golesh wasn't having any of that. But obviously they play hard for him, and after beating the hell out of Boise State, then Florida, I'm sure they could shock the world again against Miami. Your thoughts on that game?
Well, first, ironic with the Tom Herman thing, because Alex Golesh's current defensive coordinator is a guy named Todd Orlando, somebody that Texas fans are very familiar with.
Head like a whiskey barrel.
Yeah. So that USF defense looks a lot better this year. They are doing exactly what Todd Orlando does. They are blitzing. They are bringing kind of unique looks. And so far it's working. It's a much more talented group. I think the key for South Florida is a little bit better defense, but also having Byron Brown healthy. He is somebody last year that missed almost the whole season. And had he gone in the portal, he would have been one of the most popular players in the portal. Big quarterback. I think he's like 6'3", like 230, runs really well, has improved as a passer. And when he's healthy and can tote the ball, they're as dangerous as anyone. I don't know if Miami is a great matchup for them. I think Miami's offensive line is one of the best in the country. They're going to be able to mitigate some of the pressure that South Florida's created defensively, which gets you into a scenario where your secondary has to hold up. And I don't know how well that'll go against Carson Beck and those receivers. But I think when you have a quarterback like Byron Brown, you have some of the talent they have at receiver. Like you've got a chance any week. And that's why they're 2-0 with 2 of the biggest wins of the college football season. And I mean, I have them as the top 15 team nationally right now. And I think if you don't, like, you're not watching. That's not a shot at anybody particular. I don't want to like have that. I don't like, I know there's a lot going on with balloting right now, but there's, that is not a shot at anybody particular. I just mean legitimately, I think South Florida's the top 15 team in the country at the moment.
Well, Hummer, I got to ask, because you wrote about it in your college football overtime, your biggest takeaway from SMU's collapse against Baylor.
Oh, well, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down, I mean, it sounds cliche as hell, but like great teams finish, right? And you have a 14-point lead with, I think, like 8 minutes remaining, and you got to be able to put that game away. I think SMU's defense has certainly taken a little bit of a step back. They're not as good up front as they were last year when they had one of the best front fours in the ACC, some legitimate NFL talent up front. I think it's obvious that's come back a little bit, but like at the end of the day, like you want your team to finish that, and you can't give up 600 yards to Baylor. Like it's just
Jake Spavital.
That like you can't do that. It kind of reminds me a little bit of do y'all remember that Baylor TCU game back in 2014?
Oh yeah, and 14.
Yeah, in 14, where Baylor had that massive comeback. It ultimately kept TCU out of the playoffs. And I'm not saying like this SMU team is as good as that TCU team was, but it's just the type of game when you look back at the end of the season, like you really want to have back, and you should finish, and you didn't. And yeah, I think that's one that could haunt SMU a little bit by the end of the season.
Well, and if your kicker can't kick field goals from the right hash, don't put him on the right hash. Jeez, flip. All right. We got a lot of games, Hummer. I want to get your opinion on Georgia at Tennessee. What was your pick on that one?
I picked Georgia to win and cover. I could regret that. I know they're going to Knoxville, and that's a tough environment. I think this game comes down to 2 areas. One, how does Georgia's offensive line hold up? Georgia's had 2 blowout wins to start the year, but Fans aren't happy unless their team's perfect, and Georgia's offensive line has been anything but perfect early this year. So that unit's going to have to hold up for them. But I also really do wonder what Joey Aguilar looks like against really good competition. He's looked really good so far. He's made the easy throws he has to make, and that was kind of the question with him. He's a guy capable of making some big, outstanding NFL throws, but he is also somebody that can frustrate you at times by putting the ball in danger on throws that on paper should be pretty easy for him to complete. And those windows are going to be a lot different against Georgia than they were against Syracuse, for example. So those are the two areas I'm watching, but I'm really bullish on Georgia. I think the defense is really good. Their receivers are much better than they were last year. I think Gunnar Stockton gives you something as a runner that really helps too. So we'll see what happens, but I like Georgia.
What about Aggies going to South Bend, take on Notre Dame, which this is a desperate game for Marcus Freeman and the Fighting Irish, Hummer, now being 0-1. They lose this one. It's really hard to get back in the college football playoff picture. Marcel Reed's been playing well, but took that awkward fall in the last game towards the end. Expect him to play, but right now Vegas has that game -6.5 going to the Fighting Irish. How do you feel about it?
So I do a weekly pick column with my guy Brad Crawford over at 24/7 and CBS, and I picked a couple upsets this week, and this was one of them. I don't feel great about it, but I've been talking up A&M as a dark horse all off season, and I feel like I kind of have to back that up on Saturday. And I do think A&M is positioned to have some success in this game. Miami was able to move the ball on Notre Dame in week 1, largely because of how good that offensive line is. And A&M's offensive line is one of the best in the SEC and therefore one of the best in the country. I was talking to Marcel Reed for a story that's running later this week on CBS, and he basically said jokingly that like my offensive line is all sirs. And that's because like they've been in college for an average of 5 years. There's 3 sixth-year seniors on that offensive line. Everybody started for multiple seasons. That's a really good unit. I think Marcel Reed brings something from a rushing perspective that can stress Notre Dame. And the Aggie receivers are much, much better than they were a year ago. I do think CJ Carr is a little better than I was expecting him to be this year. So A&M's defense is going to have a tough test. But I think Mike Elko's had a lot of success in his time against Notre Dame. And I think they're going to be prepared for that game. And I just feel an upset coming. I like the way A&M matches up.
Vandy at South Carolina. Diego Pavia against Lenoris Sellers. South Carolina favored by 4.5, Hummer.
Yeah, this was another upset for me. I picked Vanderbilt straight up. I have a lot of questions about South Carolina. I think if you look at the final score of the game last week, it looks fine. But that offense did nothing for 2 quarters and was bailed out by 2 punt returns by Bakari Swain back-to-back in the first half. They've struggled to run the ball this year. I know common opponents don't really mean anything because every week is different, but Vanderbilt handled Virginia Tech much more handily than South Carolina did. The one question I have for Vanderbilt in this game is the offensive line. Their pass protection has been iffy at times this season, but I think Diego Pavia kind of helps mitigate a lot of that with the way he runs that system as quickly as they get out the ball and some of the option looks they bring. So as long as that offensive line can hold up against Dylan Stewart in that group, like I think Vanderbilt's going to be in good shape.
Yeah. Does Florida have any chance of going into Baton Rouge and getting that dub, Hummer? I feel like why would you give them a chance with what you saw this past Saturday against South Florida? But that team still has a lot of talent. Just clearly they have a lot of issues too. Do the Gators have a chance against the Tigers at Death Valley?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know what the line was last year, but I would bet Florida was a similar, like almost double-digit underdog when they beat LSU a season ago. And LSU is a lot better. Like, don't get me wrong, that defense is considerably better. But LSU's got a couple key injuries it's dealing with. They're starting, I think, right guard is hurt, Braylon Moore. He might not play on Saturday. I think that's up in the air. They're starting tight end, Trey'Dez Green is hurt. And I think Florida's talented enough to go do it. I don't know if they will. I'm not picking it, but I'm definitely picking them to cover. Like I think the line, what is the line right now? Is it 9.5?
8.5.
Oh, it's gone down to 8. So it opened at 9.5. So it's down to 8.5, which I think kind of shows where the public's leaning. And I think, I mean, I'm not encouraging anybody to bet, especially in this state where you gotta know a guy, right? But I think a lot of people are out on Florida, and it's an opportunity as a bettor if you like lines to maybe get some value.
Yeah. Hummer, Clemson at Georgia Tech, 11 a.m. at Bobby Dodd Stadium in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Clemson,
So
minus 3.5.
Yeah, and that line is dropping because I looked at it earlier this week and it was 4.5. So I'm just gonna say this: I'm gonna stubbornly stick with my national championship pick, which was Clemson. But like, if I had no dog in this fight and I didn't pick Clemson in the preseason, I'd be very tempted to pick Georgia Tech as the upset pick here. I don't even think Clemson should be favored based on the way it's played the first 2 weeks, especially with Georgia Tech playing at home. Like, Clemson's gonna have to look a lot better, but I'm just gonna stubbornly go with the Tigers. But I think as long as Haynes King is mostly recovered from his injury last week, I think Georgia Tech's going to move the ball, and it's going to be on Cade Klubnik and that offense to look a heck of a lot better than they have.
So you think Georgia Tech covers?
I mean, it's ridiculous with the 3.5 line, but I think the final score I picked was like 34-31 or something like that. Yeah, I picked Clemson to win, but Georgia Tech to cover. And I think Georgia Tech is the value there. I really do.
Yeah. Hummer, what the hell is going on with Kansas State? Like, I understand losing to Iowa State week 0, but losing to Army this past weekend to now become 1-2, like, Chris Kleiman has a serious problem. The whole Dalen Edwards situation is weird too, because he just straight up said, I thought I was going to be paid a certain amount. That didn't happen. He just up and quit, and now they're without probably one of their best playmakers at the running back position, and now they're 1-2. Can you tell us?
I think that Dylan Edwards thing was a bad rumor online, to be honest. Yeah, but as far as Kansas State goes, like, I think 2 things with this. One, like, I don't think their administration's done them any favors, right? It's tough enough to open in Ireland. It's brutal to come back and have to play one of the 8 best teams in the FCS on short rest after opening the season in Ireland and having to change your body clock. And then the next week you have to go play the option in Army, which is really difficult for any team. So circumstantially, like, this situation was difficult. But I think it comes down to a few things, right? Like, Kansas State's defense has regressed. Their offensive line is not good. Like, I think it's had a hard time holding up. They're having a hard time establishing the run like normal. Kansas State only plays football in Ireland now, apparently. But yeah, I mean, like, I think rationally, it's one of those things where, like, the margin for error for Kansas State is already pretty slim. They're not considerably more talented than anybody they play. That includes Army and North Dakota. They're better, but, like, I don't know if they're, like, that much better than those teams. And if you're not playing to your capacity and you are not getting the most out of some of the pieces you paid handsomely, then you could be in some trouble. And I think you're seeing that. Like, they've lost 2 one-score games and one one-score game, and, like, that's a program you expect to win more of those than they lose. And right now they're just not winning them.
Hummer, Wisconsin at Alabama. Bama favored by 20.5.
Yeah, I picked Alabama to win, but I mean, I haven't seen anything from Alabama so far this season that doesn't make me feel good about a Wisconsin cover. I think that for a couple of reasons. One, like, Wisconsin shortens games. I think Wisconsin is, like, 9th nationally in time of possession. They are going to sit on the ball because that's really the best chance they have to win. It's going to be on Alabama's run defense, which has been pretty lackluster this year. To hold up. And maybe it does, but I think there's good value there in Wisconsin in a cover. But I mean, if it's close, going to be a long week for Kalen DeBoer, but I do expect them to win that game, Alabama.
Zay, you got one more?
Nah, Hummer, appreciate you, man.
Hummer, absolutely, you're the best. We love it. We look forward to it every week. Any other upset alerts you got?
I think those were. I'm trying to think of my picks with my boy Brad Crawford. I think those were the Vanderbilt and
A&M.
A&M were the two main upsets I had. But I really do think you got to watch out for Georgia Tech. I think that could absolutely happen. That is a game I am very much locked in on. And if you want another one that I think you could see an upset potentially, I'm not picking it, but Arkansas and Ole Miss. I think Arkansas can make that a really fun game on Saturday.
Yeah, Jalen Green looked good last week. And Texas favored by 41.5 against UTEP, which leads the nation in tackles for loss per game. 23 tackles for loss through 2 games, 10 sacks. That feels like a line that's a little aggressive.
I would agree based on the way we've seen Texas play, but there is a pretty significant talent gap. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I don't think, Steve Sarkisian mentioned it on Monday. Like they were recruiting Malachi Nelson at one point. Like I don't think I would have ever expected to see 5-star from the 2023 class, Malachi Nelson, and 5-star from the 2023 class, Arch Manning, playing in DKR with one of the teams being UTEP. So that'll be really interesting to see how he plays. But I mean, Texas is going to have to play more consistent football to cover a line like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, your thoughts on Texas right now, Hummer?
Tired of hearing about Arch Manning's shoulder, but Parker Livingstone's looked great. I think the defense is as advertised. I just think the offense has to clean some things up. A little bit of that's Arch. A little bit of that is the offensive line, which I still think is getting its feet under it a little bit. But that's the beauty of the schedule for Texas. They have 3 games before you really get to the ones that matter, and you could work out some of those things over the next 2 weeks.
Hummer, appreciate it so much. Let's do it again next week. And everybody needs to be following Hummer on the social media at Chris_Hummer. Hummer, hole in one Hummer. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, y'all. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Hummer.
All right, there he is. Big Daddy Hummer. Some interesting stuff. Malachi Nelson is the lowest rated offensive player on that team at UTEP right now, according to Pro Football Focus. So
yeah,
really, really weird that he threw for 4 touchdowns in their big win over Tennessee Martin, but he's the lowest rated offensive player for the UTEP Miners, according to Pro Football Focus.
This how the mighty have fallen. You go from a 5-star to where he is now. And look, you're a D1 athlete, you're a scholarship athlete. Like, you got a lot going your way. It's just when you're highly touted as a recruit and high up in the rankings, and you're getting compared to Arch Manning and Nico Ilimaliava and all these big time players, and to be where he is now, it's interesting. Like, I just very curious to see where it went wrong, where that disconnect is. You know what I'm saying? Because it's somewhere.
Yeah, it's wild. I remember, there was conversation at the time when Malachi Nelson signed with USC. There were those who say Malachi Nelson will be a better college quarterback than Arch Manning. And like Hummer said, total stunner that Arch Manning and Malachi Nelson are meeting head to head in a non-conference showdown between Texas and UTEP, and not in some college football playoff showdown between Texas and USC.
Yeah, if you're UTEP's head coach, Scotty Walden, this is a diamond in the rough. These opportunities, they don't come around. And Scotty Walden, he's only 35 years old, so he's trying to get his feet wet in the coaching rankings Even though he's paid his dues till now, he's still a very young coach that's still trying to figure things out. And when you're at a program like UTEP that lacks the resources and benefits like a Texas does, if you could get a former 5-star, no matter what they went through, as long as he's not a felon, then bring him on. Bring him on. Let's see what he can do. Malachi Nelson obviously needed the opportunity. Scotty Weldon gave that to him, and I'm sure they're looking to tear it up in Conference USA. But, yeah, it's a huge downfall from where he was at Southern Cal.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting. I know everyone keeps saying, like Mike G is saying, UTEP sucks.
Yo, Mike G said everything today. Man, Mike G is on one. Big baseball fan, that Mike G. Huge.
Best thing out of El Paso is I-10.
Oh, come on, man. That's unnecessary.
Yeah, I think.
Did you go to El Paso when Texas played UTEP at UTEP? Wasn't that Colt McCoy era?
Yeah.
You made that trip? You made that trip? How was that?
Man, I've covered some Sun Bowls out there.
Sun Bowl.
I mean, it's a beautiful stadium. It's right in the mountains. And El Paso, it used to be one of my favorite places to go. But then Juarez turned into one of the bloodiest, Juarez is right across the border. And the Juarez cartel is one of those that likes blood in the streets. Like the Chihuahua cartel, you don't even know they're there. They just want to get their drugs, get them moved out. The Juarez cartel is constantly marking their territory with murders, high-profile murders, like old-school mafia stuff. So there's like 1,000 murders in Juarez a year. It's out of control. It's scary. It's sad. Juarez used to be kind of a fun place to go to get some great food and do some shopping at a great price. And now it's just scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been out to UTEP and beautiful, Sun Bowl Stadium. It's great. But yeah, Scotty Weldon, we'll see.
Air raid.
Yeah, they're gonna sling it.
Sling that thing, Malachi. Space them out. Let Malachi sling it. If I'm Scotty Weldon, I'm letting Malachi know, yo, you've always been better than Arch Manning. Don't get it twisted. Don't think just because you went El Paso, you still ain't better than Arch Manning. It just didn't pan out for you at Southern Cal. And then where'd he go next, Chip? He went somewhere
Boise.
Yeah, Boise State. Yeah, it wasn't going to pan out there either. But that's all right. Now you got an opportunity to show up Arch Manning and shock the world. Why not? If South Florida can do it, why not UTEP? Know what I'm saying? Yeah, let Malachi Nelson air it out a little bit. Let him sleep.
Yeah, he's not much of a running threat. And the UTEP defense, Utah State beat them 28-13. And let me see if there was a pick six in that game. Yeah, no, it looks like Utah State was able to put together some drives and just kind of wear them down. So, look, Texas, God, Utah State was only 2 of 12 on third down.
Sounds like Texas.
And Utah State had 11 penalties for 73 yards. And yet they won 28-16. Yeah. UTEP, all I can say is They lead the nation in tackles for loss per game. So,
which again, like, yeah, how did that happen? Utah State game. I mean, Utah State being 2 for 12, they were doing some things right there, but still, like all those other stats come from Tennessee Martin. Like,
well, they had 6 sacks against Utah State and 12 tackles for loss. And so they're obviously gambling and bringing a lot of pressure, which is going to be smart to do against Arch Manning because he's not doing well against pressure. He's completing 40% of his passes against pressure. His 2 interceptions have come against pressure.
His pre-snap awareness is where he's struggling right now. Him being able to identify what the defense is giving him and to either make it a max protection or change the play in general to where you're not going to be put in those pressure situations and you could get the ball out of your hands a lot faster. And again, these defenses, they know that he doesn't have the experience. So that comes with experience. When you've done those things multiple times, reps and reps and reps, to where you can identify different defenses, and it comes with the film and just everything that comes with being a quarterback and just how much you have to do your due diligence. Like, he's still learning all of that. Hell, Chip, I'm watching Bears Vikings last night, which you should be scared as hell. Like, not just of Green Bay. You should be scared of Minnesota. You should be scared of Chicago too, because NFC North ain't playing around. I'm going to tell you that right now. But I'm watching the Manning cast, Peyton, Eli doing their thing, and they're talking about J.J. McCarthy and what he's seeing out there. He got gobbled up for a sack, and Peyton says, I've been playing the game for 18 years. I had no idea what Chicago was running there. I thought it was a man before the snap. It somehow went to zone. I was bamboozled too. This is Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. So his nephew, who doesn't have many reps and is still getting used to it all, these defenses are throwing a lot at him. And he's struggling with that a little bit. So you got to give him some time. But yeah, if you got Peyton Manning, who you see how big Peyton's head is, like all that big old dome, that's all football knowledge, man.
Whose head is bigger, Peyton Manning or Joe Buck? Like, if you ever see Joe Buck standing next to Troy Aikman, Joe Buck's head is like this big. It is the longest, biggest head I've ever seen.
I think Joe Buck's, no pun intended here, it's like more airy. Like Peyton, if Peyton Manning headbutts you, you got CTE from that. Like you got CTE, not just a concussion. CTE is coming from a Peyton Manning headbutt. And Peyton, he won't even be fazed by that. But I've never noticed Buck's head being that.
His head is enormous. He looks like a bobblehead. His head is so big. And apparently his wife is hot.
I'm sure he does well.
That game was so crazy. I was watching the Manning cast too, and as soon as Randy Moss came on, Minnesota turned into a different team. They scored 3 touchdowns after Randy Moss joined the Manning cast. They looked dead in the water. J.J. McCarthy looked lost. He threw a pick 6, and you're like, oh God. Vikings fans are going to lose it. They let go of old boy Darnold, and J.J. McCarthy is not good. And then J.J. McCarthy becomes like the first, quarterback in his NFL debut to score 21 points in the 4th quarter. So yeah,
throws late.
I need some help because I'm deeply concerned about my Lions until we get Aleem McNeil back on the defensive line. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the offense was trying to do. They kept running Amon-Ra deep routes. you got to have him available at 7-10 yards, especially when the offensive line looked lost. Tate Ratledge from Georgia, the rookie, he didn't have a good game. Glasgow at center. Yeah, don't get me started. But yeah, it's great. NFC North.
It's brutal.
Rock'em, sock'em robots.
I thought Caleb Williams did I thought he was last night.
Yeah, he sailed a few.
Yeah. But he lost his legs, man. When
he got DJ Moore killed, didn't he?
Yeah, he gave him a hospital ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to give them receivers a hospital ball, man. Sometimes it is what it is. Like, they'll be all
right. You don't like having that receiver on your team?
No, I mean, you just got to tough it out. Hey, ever since I saw the Michael Irvin thing, I ain't trying to hear nothing from nobody. My man Playmaker said, I know I got to catch that ball or I'm going back to the ghetto. Lil Mike told me you better catch that ball or it's going back to the ghetto.
Oh, my God.
That's the mentality I need receivers to have, man. I ain't going back. Screw all the money, man. I ain't going back. I got to catch this ball for my team. Yo, JJ McCarthy, the way that they were rallying around him, Chip, that's the scariest thing because he was bad for 3 quarters. And in the last 15 minutes, he was money. And the things that he was saying, Aaron Jones, he went on that new show with LaShawn McCoy and our boy Emmanuel Acho. After the game, they were talking to Aaron Jones. And he was talking about, yeah, JJ McCarthy in the huddle when we're down. He in the huddle talking about just cliche stuff, but also the words of champions. He talking about, man, ain't there a place you wouldn't rather be than here? That Chip shows a picture of Joe Buck's wife. What's wrong with you, man? She's just a normal blonde. It looks like she's a
sports reporter.
OC.
She's a sideline reporter. And apparently she was a former Denver Broncos cheerleader.
Okay. Did he meet her at work?
Apparently.
Okay. Good for him.
Michelle Eisner Buck. All right. I'm trying to do my TMZ. Trying to make sure I'm trying to represent.
I see that. Yeah, because you ain't trying to hear JJ McCarthy rallying this team and just tell me a place you wouldn't rather be. Like, JJ, we're down by double digits here in the 4th division matchup. What are you talking about?
On the road.
On the road. Like, it's hectic out here. It's hostile out here. And JJ was like, yo, I got this, y'all. He hit Aaron Jones on that corner route. Ooh.
I'll tell you what, Aaron Jones, who played at UTEP, right?
Yeah, UTEP.
He was in that 08 game, I think.
Oh, no, hell no. He can't be that old.
Okay, he wasn't. Sorry.
Yo, think about those 08 guys. Them guys are up there. Them guys are almost touching 40, if not touching 40 by now. I don't know.
My bad. He played in 20. He was drafted. I don't know.
Yeah. He just has
2013. He's been in the league.
Yeah, he's been around. He got that weird, he's got the dreads, but he's balding up top. It's a weird look.
I love that guy.
I'm glad he's comfortable with himself, but that's a wild look. He needs to do something about that.
I love that guy. I thought the Cowboys absolutely should have signed him.
Oh, why sign him when you got Jaden Blue? Why sign him? What's the point? Well, you know Jaden Blue's out there. You could get him late in the draft and have him be a steal. Why waste your time? Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams is the guy. Miles Sanders is not the guy.
Is he?
Miles Sanders, we didn't get Miles Sanders up out of here. Those are all Jaden Blue's reps. Brian O'Shoddy, we need to make that change for real. Stop wasting everybody's time. Miles Sanders getting gobbled up by Zach Bond. You got to break away, bro. He breaks away and gets that touchdown. We have a completely different game. This fool comes back and fumbles next time he gets it.
I mean, he had a 49-yard run.
That's what I'm saying. It should have been a 60-something yard touchdown. Now, let's give Zach Bond some credit. He can fly. For a linebacker, Zach Bond's really good. That's why he was first team All-Pro 2024. But still, man, you got to be faster than that, Miles Sanders.
Well, let's get a couple mentions in here. We'll get going towards the chip shot and the right call. Hey, guys, if you are snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. And we have a great opportunity for you because of our partnership with the Sleep Cycle Center, founded by Dr. Chad Denman, who's going to join us on the show on Thursday, sports fan and lifesaver, because he's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, which killed his own father at the age of 60. Snoring is it's a sign that you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. Now, because of our partnership with the Sleep Cycle Center, which has locations in Lakeway and at the Arboretum, you go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study, practically give it away so that you get evaluated and then you get the best treatment options. I have sleep apnea. I have an oral appliance, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping. And take care of yourself, guys. We talk about it all the time. Get checked. Get your physical. Get your prostate checked. Go to Austin Heart Hospital. Spend $99 for that heart scan so that you know if you've got any arteries that are, being blocked by plaque. And this is as important. If you snore, get it checked out. There's no better technology than at Sleep Cycle Center. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Hey, and our man Tom McKay, AV Consultations, waiting for you, ready for you when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams. And look, you don't need to go shopping around. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. If you want a full-blown media room, he's got you. The surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. He's got you covered on all those fronts. He's been doing it in Austin for 30 years. He's the best. He's the expert. Don't go lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. You're busy. You got things to do. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All you have to do is call 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And Cover 3. Yeah, some of Tom's big screen TVs are up at Cover 3, Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, where you're going to get great food, great service, great drinks, and it's a great vibe. It's my absolute favorite place to hang out and hang out with friends. It's a great place to watch the Texas Longhorns if you're not going to the game, because, of course, you can see all the other games going on as well. Well, actually, they turn pretty much every TV to Texas. But, hey, Cover 3's got you covered. Chop House Burger, unbelievable. Brick chicken and mac and cheese. The $7 social hour menu during happy hour, which is every day from 3:30 to 6:30 and 3:30 to close on Mondays, and brunch on the weekends. Oh, my God. The breakfast quesadilla is to die for. I love the muffin tops, not the whole muffin. They just give you the top. Love the cinnamon. So good. Do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar for brunch on the weekends. Great brunch. Everyone needs a great brunch every once in a while, and Cover 3's got you covered. Saturday, Sunday, college football, pro football, Monday Night Football, all night happy hour on Mondays. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. All right, Zay. Let me tell you something. I think this is this is an important week for the Texas Longhorns. So I feel like they kind of came into the San Jose State game thinking, we got this. And they were loose, they were sloppy, mistakes, killed drives, extended drives, killed drives for the offense, extended opponents' drives. And so the first quarter looked like a mess for 8 minutes. And then the dam broke, but it didn't break for very long. It broke for about 5 minutes. But that was enough because the defense was forcing turnovers. The offense was cashing them in. But if you look at that game closely, it wasn't like Texas was, just rolling up these big, long drives, scoring drives. They took advantage of the defense, giving them great field position, which you need to do. But the offense wasn't, if you look at the drive chart, Texas had, the three play drive that went 90 yards, 83 of it came on the Parker Livingston touchdown. But their other touchdown drive was 34 yards, 36 yards, and 1 yard. And then there was, some misfires, let's just say, in the second half. They had a 7-play drive that was 32 yards to the field goal, and their longest drive was at the end of the third quarter. And again, obviously the Parker Livingston 83-yard touchdown was a 90-yard drive, but 83 of it came in one play. I'm talking about like sustaining plays. There were no double-digit drives until the end when Jarrett Gibson fumbled. So consistency, settling into a rhythm is still under construction. And we said all week, hey, this is what we said was going to happen. It's going to be a process. It's going to be, they need time to gel, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, it's time. Colin Simmons got sat down, didn't start the second half. Ended up getting a half sack. Playing a better brand of football in the second half of that game. But, you got to see that next step happen. And for Arch, it's going to be handling pressure. Because I guarantee you, let me see how often.
In the pass rush, you mean?
Yeah. Let me see how often UTEP is blitzing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be important. And Texas running the football. Because people are saying the same thing about Texas that they're saying about Georgia. Like, can they run the football? And I know Texas ran the ball against Ohio State. A lot of that was triggered by Arch's legs. And you don't want Arch running as much as John Mateer. Texas's offensive line is a lot better than OU's offensive line. And that's going to be the key in that game, honestly, is the Texas defense containing John Mateer, because if you contain him, you probably win the game. But, let's see this team, start to form some identity, because right now this whole identity is the defense. It's all the defense, and their communication isn't quite as good as it was a year ago. And that's understandable. You had Baron Sorrell command and control, giving you that leadership up front. You had David Benda and Ant Hill at the linebacker position. And obviously you had Jahdae Barron, Andrew Makuba, and Michael Taft giving you unbelievable communication and leadership in the back end. Right now, you got Taft back there, but you got Grayson Littleton, Manny Muhammad. Kudos to Manny Muhammad. They only targeted him once in the San Jose State game. What a show of respect. No completions. We talked about how they targeted Grayson Littleton 15 times and got 9 completions, but nothing that broke. But we're joking. Danny Scudero, Texas might need to look at him as a possible acquisition in the offseason. He's got a little Silas Bolden in him. He's got those jukes. He can get in and out of breaks, get some separation, get that first down. But let's see the resolve, because I know fans were like, man, I expected Texas to come out snarling and sharp and focused coming off that heartbreaking loss at Ohio State, and they looked like they were waiting for someone else to make a play. Yeah. So, even that 10-play drive that San Jose State had in their first possession, their kicker missed the field goal. That kicker was a lot like SMU's, and he missed pretty much everything he tried. So, take it up a notch, and then let's see Arch, see how he does against pressure, because I guarantee you, Georgia has watched the film on Texas, and they're going to employ the exact same game plan they used last year. They're going to bring the house, risk it all, and see if they can get to Arch before Arch can find that open receiver. So,
yeah, that interception was so bad. Like, what was he trying to do with that?
Just drop it over to Baxter. He's wide open. He's going to go get you 8-10 yards.
Like, he tried to juke him, and then it was like the dude wasn't budging. And he's like, all right, let me just try to throw this over him with him being right in my grill. And that's the stuff where, he has to cut that out. But again, he needs to.
And that's experience.
Yeah.
Because remember Sam Ehlinger, his first year, he was forcing everything. At West Virginia, he threw a ball up for grabs that turned into a pick 6, and they ended up winning the game. But Sam was making some crazy decisions in his first year as the guy. He threw an interception in field goal range in overtime against Oklahoma State. All he had to do was throw it out of the back of the end zone, let the field goal kicker keep the game going. So it takes a minute. Yeah. You got to see stuff. You got to experience stuff. And it was funny. I had a coach say that the Mississippi State game was sort of a false indicator, and that it raised the most expectations because he had the tough game against ULM, and then he completed 26 of 31 for 325 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He looked great, and he made all the right decisions. It was a really good performance from Arch Manning. And it seemed like everyone was convinced, okay, he's just going to pick up from there. Well, all the offseason hype and the noise that he's trying to block out, he's still in his head. He's got to get out of his head and just play the game. And let's see if that, happens a little bit more for him this week, and then a little bit more against Sam Houston. And then an off week and off to the swamp.
Yeah. Go spend the night at that crib, Ryan Wingo. Sleep in Parker Livingston's bed, damn it. Same pillow, same comforter, sheets, everything. You could wash them because that is gross.
Where's my man Parker going to sleep? Out on the couch?
He can sleep on the couch or in one of his brother's bed. His brother could go stay with somebody else. All them crazy ass brothers that they got. They can stay with one of their female partners for a night or something. I need something because this whole, I don't want Arch to start forcing it. I feel like he has to get Ryan Wingo the ball, obligated to get Ryan the Wingo the ball. And somebody mentioned this on our YouTube comments section about Ryan Wingo, that last year I talked about a lot, but this year I haven't really thought about it much. Shout out to Terry. Terry was like, Wingo hasn't looked like he's sure of his routes, probably causing at least a few of Archer's throws to be off. I remember that being the thing last year with him and Quinn, where Ryan Wingo would do something and the ball would go in a different area, and then Quinn's like this, Sark's like this, Ryan Wingo's going to the sideline, Steve Sarkisian is chewing his ass out, and you're wondering where was the disconnect there. If that's carrying over to this year, that's kind of an issue, because Ryan Wingo, this is another year in the program where you should be comfortable in it by now. But if you're not, obviously they're going to do some tweaks and stuff from last year's offense to this year's. But overall, it's the same concept. It's the same scheme at the end of the day. So I hope that's not the thing. And if it is, they got to come on with it. Because Ryan Wingo, year 2, you got to know that playbook, dog. Whether you're staying later hours or, you're having extra time with Chris Jackson or AJ Milwee, the quarterback room, Sark, whatever, you got to get that on point, because those things can't happen. Like
CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. 8 years ago today was Sam Ellinger's first start against San Jose State.
Tells me we getting old, man.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it.
Me. Jeez.
By the way, Kirk Bowles turned 75 yesterday.
Oh, that's beautiful, man.
And so there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
For him?
Yeah, we all sang him happy birthday at the press conference.
That's nice. Look at y'all. Austin Media getting together to
Shed Golden organized the happy birthday singing.
Well, that makes sense. I'm sure him and Kurt, they go back a long time.
That's right.
Statesman. Yeah. That's
all right,
nice.
let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Gotta give a shout out to Covert Bee Cave first. Wifey and I, Covert Bee Cave people. We absolutely love our Buick Encore GX. It is the best. And if you don't want to take my word for how good Covert Bee Cave is, listen to these fine folks of Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So Hummer's comments when he was talking about, who'd he say? If you're not watching South Florida, or if you don't think South Florida is a top team, he said something along those lines. I don't want to, butcher or anything. I'm paraphrasing here, but if you're not watching like South Florida or one of these teams, then you don't know what you're talking about, or you don't know how good they are. He said something like that. And then he was like, well, let me reel that back a little bit, because with what's going on in social media, not saying that people don't watch games, but what's going on in social media, Hummer had to watch his words there. The reason he did that is because there's a woman in media that is getting dragged through the mud. Shout out to Haley Sawyer. I know she's had better days. She is one of the beat writers for USC, one of their media members. I don't know for which site, but she covers USC.
What's her name?
Haley Sawyer. And obviously she does such a good job that she gets an AP vote every week. So those come out publicly. The ones that get the AP votes for Texas, Kurt Bowles, we just talked about, and Bob Ballou. They're the only ones that I saw. Maybe there's a different list, but the list that I saw for the ones who represent Texas, Babalu and Kurt Bowles that get AP votes. Haley gets one. Haley, this past week in her voting, she has Florida ranked, even though they just lost to South Florida. South Florida unranked, even though they just beat Boise State, who was currently ranked when they beat the hell out of them in Boise. And then they just beat Florida. And even though South Florida's ranked now, Haley didn't have that. She has Baylor ranked, but Auburn unranked. She has South Carolina in the top 10, but Vanderbilt unranked. So she's been getting dragged through the mud. And I feel bad for her because I wouldn't have made these decisions, but she felt like this was valid. She went on the podcast to justify why she made these decisions. And it doesn't help her case, Chip, on to why she went ahead and went through with these decisions. Check it out.
But as far as what my votes are and what my process is, I wake up early in the morning after covering a game late in the night before. Don't want to go too much into my progress or process or logic, but I will say I appreciate everybody's interaction on social media and all of your feedback. There's tons of people that vote on the AP poll, and it's not a perfect system, but at the end of the day, no matter who you pick, it does even out because there's so many people who vote. And like I said, it's really fun for discussion. It doesn't, probably matter in the end, but I'm glad that people are having a really good time with it.
See, I don't think those are the right words to say, Haley. And I'm all for women in sports. I love women in sports. This ain't that. This isn't, we're bashing a woman here, get her out. No, I'm sure Haley does an excellent job covering Southern Cal, which has led to her being honored of a vote for the AP polls. But with what she's saying, how she's gone about making some of her decisions, especially this past week, it makes you think, Chip, some of these people who have votes, which I think they do matter, for her to say that it evens out, for her to say it doesn't matter at the end of the day, basically, that's not the right thing to say, because this is a big deal. And I don't know,
this is terrible. This is terrible. If you've agreed to be a voter, you got to take that responsibility seriously, because, otherwise don't do it. Don't say you're going to do something and then not take the responsibility, the time to, hell, you're on the West Coast, for God's sake. You go to bed, all the games are over. I've been a voter in the Harris poll, and you got to take that stuff. You got to take that stuff seriously. Back when the BCS was happening, those polls were factored into the BCS formula. Now they're consideration for the committee. But, what are you doing? I'm sure Haley's really nice, and maybe she had a rough day. And if she got maybe she had something come up and she got totally distracted. If that's the case, she should have said it.
Yeah.
Because she can't just sit there and go, oh, other people vote and it gets balanced out. Well, now I'm going to watch your vote every week to see if you're just, lollygagging around on this deal.
Yeah.
And look, I'm a Heisman voter, and I'm I look at all the defensive players and all the, I go through all the NCAA statistics to see who's worthy of consideration, and not just the best quarterback on the best team.
Yeah. Strength of schedule, all these things that go into it. Yeah. Yeah. But it makes you think, how many people are thinking like Haley? to where it's not that big of a deal to them out here. So I hope she gets another chance, man. I hate how she's getting dragged right now, but with what Hummer said, and Hummer was like, you're not watching the game. And he was like, wait, well, I don't know. When Hummer had to reel it back, I was like, okay, I got to bring this up to Chip and our listeners, what Hummer's talking about here, because I saw it popped up, and yeah, Haley's getting it right now. Hey, Haley's, I feel bad for her. I really do, because she's not helping her case, but also nobody deserves the social media bashing that she's getting right now. It's tough, but she'll learn from it. She'll learn.
Yeah. Yikes.
All right, let's bring in the open gym, gentlemen. Patrick, Matt, fellas, what's happening?
Oh,
what's
man.
up, guys?
Good to be here. Yeah, I look, I'm all for you can have crazy bad opinions. I have had plenty over the last 20 years. But if you're going to have a crazy bad opinion, back it up with a crazy bad take. Follow through. Go on the podcast and be like, no, I think Vanderbilt's number one. Have you seen Diego Pavia's suits? He wore a tux. No other tuxes. Number one. And then I'll go, oh, well, they're crazy, but they're passionate. They're passionate crazy about their picks. Did you see this throw? I think if he could make 34 more of those throws in a row, they'd win every game. It's a bad take, but have it. Don't go on and go, I wake up very early in the morning. That's as much as I will let you know my process. Cutting off the process as I wake up early has nothing to do with football, but I wake up early. So I'm not one of these sleep in people that is voted on your panel. Don't worry about that.
And she's on the West Coast. Like, she should be able to do her vote before she goes to bed.
I think she's just happy because she wakes up to catch the 9 a.m. starts over there.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't miss 9 a.m. starts. And you're like, that's still not enough. I'm gonna need a little bit more.
That's bonkers.
Just follow it up with a bad take, and we'd all be like, well, then we can laugh at your take. But if you're not even gonna give me a take, you're just like, that's my vote, and I threw darts at a wall. I don't want to. That's no fun.
Yeah, you might gotta take your vote. It might be time. It's okay. But appreciate
okay.
you guys.
All right, fellas. See you tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow. Welcome in Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan here on Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328, as well as the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Matt, we're rolling into a Tuesday. You've settled back down at home. We got Monday Night Football last night. You were feeling good about your hate for 3 quarters. And then it all fell apart in the fourth for you. But we'll get into that a little bit later. What's up, Chan, on the text line as well. Welcome into the show here. Matt, was that a frustrating fourth quarter for you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the Bears are just kind of ass. There's no reason that you should let JJ McCarthy do that kind of stuff to you. But I mean, give him credit. He had a good fourth quarter. He's in the NFL for a reason. I just don't think he's going to end up being a very successful quarterback, but we'll get into that later. I missed this whole Heisman thing. Like, what did I miss here? I don't think it was
a Heisman. I think it was the AP poll.
Okay.
Yeah, there's somebody was voting on the AP poll, and then what up, CB? They were voting on the AP poll, and then she just basically put in a really bad ballot, like a extraordinarily out of pocket ballot, and then was getting a lot of hate for it. And then went on a podcast to justify it, and then didn't justify it. She just goes, it evens out. And you're like, that's not a reason to vote for it.
Do we know what her picks were?
They said them. I don't have them pulled up on my screen, but yeah, they were not good. So we'll go
Florida
through that.
number 1.
Florida number 1. South Florida unranked still, I believe. So I think that was the South Florida unranked. Still after winning 2 games. And they go play Miami this week. They're going to have another big test for South Florida as we roll in on a Tuesday afternoon. We didn't talk too much about the polls yesterday, Matt. We did see, since we were talking about the AP there, did you see anything in the polls that surprised you? The massive shoot up for Tennessee that Nico Iamaleava is they're officially now being like, it was just Josh Heupel. So it was all the Heupel.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really put too much stock into these things. I think A&M should probably be, a couple spots higher. I think, Florida is Florida. I don't know. I didn't really take too much away from the whole thing. I think Mississippi State should get a couple votes, and this is coming from an Ole Miss guy. I mean, they beat the number 12 team in the country. They're undefeated.
Yes.
Well, but overall, I think it's fine.
That's A&M gets a chance to move up a lot this week.
Yes,
they get plenty of a chance to move up this week. The Mississippi State got 52 votes in the AP. And
I just think they should be in there.
Yeah, they got 15 in the coaches poll. So, but Arizona State, of course, dropped out of the polls. They didn't drop out of the coaches either. So I don't know how you get only 15 votes in the coaches for Mississippi State and Arizona State's still ranked.
Yeah.
That one makes less sense to me. Michigan gets to hang on as well since they lost to a ranked team. But yeah, nothing that was too crazy in any of the coaches in the polls. I don't think we'll see that until we start getting into conference play, and then we'll see the pieces move around a little bit more. But yeah, it is funny. Notre Dame is number 8 in the country, moved up a spot by not playing. The team moved from 9 to 8. They have not won a game yet. They're 0-1. So interesting pull there for Notre Dame to be able to move up a spot in both polls without winning a single game on the season. Impressive for them to do that. Let's get into it a little bit, Matt, here on a Tuesday afternoon. I wanted to get into some more Texas San Jose State. If you guys got anything you still want to talk about the game, throw us into the chat, throw us into the text line as well, and we'll get to all of that. But I wanted to get into some position grades, Matt, here to get us going, to get us started on a Tuesday afternoon. And looking at Texas and San Jose State, let's start off looking at the quarterback position and Arch Manning, and kind of grading Arch Manning, who we know had an amazing 5 minutes. A plus 5 minutes. Started off definitely slow. The rest of the game was decent. It wasn't terrible. There were some good throws, some bad throws for the rest of the game, but definitely not something of the highest level for Arch the rest of the game. But where are you going to grade Arch Manning for his performance and the quarterback position? I guess you can throw Matt Caldwell's performance in there as well to grade, but I think we're mostly going to put Arch on this.
Yeah, I'm just going to stick with the Arch. I was down on the field for Matt Caldwell's portion of the game, so I didn't really get a chance to take it in. I'm going to go back and watch the all-22 footage tonight of the whole game, but just based on what I watched from the press box and a little bit on the broadcast, I'm going to give Arch a solid B. I probably would have given him a C- against Ohio State, maybe a D+. So it's a marked improvement for Arch. I think, there was a couple drops in there. There was a couple of, a couple plays that got wiped out by penalties. Otherwise, he maybe has, 350 yards or something like that on the game, maybe more. That drop from Wingo especially really took the total out of his numbers. And then the hold on the DeAndre Moore jet sweep and the Parker Livingstone one that got wiped out by DJ Campbell. So there was a lot of meat left on the bone there for Arch. The slow start bothered me a little bit. I think that he was fine. I like the way that he used his legs. I thought he made a very nice improvement from week 1 to week 2. I think he's going to make another good improvement from week 2 to week 3. So yeah, I'm going to give him a solid B. I didn't really. The only thing that really I had a knock against him was that interception. I thought that was a bad decision. But for the most part, I thought he was making good decisions all day on where to go with the football. And he just needs to kind of clean a couple things up here going this week, and he'll have a big game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. The interception was difficult. I thought he had the one good touchdown run as well. Chose it there. He could probably run the ball a couple more times. He ran it 4 times throughout the game. But some of those were not real runs. So probably he only ran the ball twice in reality, in the game. So you probably could have opened it up and have him go a couple more times. I get in this non-conference, maybe you're, be erring on the side of caution a little bit more for that. But there's a couple of those plays where we saw him, and this is clearly his training is to keep his eyes downfield, is that he'll break free and has 7-8 yards, and then we'll still look downfield. And the problem is, if nothing's open, he now has 2 yards to run. And he doesn't really have that opening where if he just pulls it, he could probably get a first down, get to the sideline, get out of bounds, or get down and get 8 to 10 yards on these runs. And he's just not – he's still trying to make the big play, which is fine. But on some of these, you have to know what down it is. On first down, I don't mind that as much. On third down, even on a second down, just go get the first. Go get the first. Get us into manageable field position as opposed to trying to find it. Now, he found Washington on one of them downfield. So he did have one good play that he did it. He missed on a couple other ones. But that's his training clearly kicking in. And sometimes you maybe want him to go a little bit more. Overall, he looked much better than last week, so I'll give him a B as well for what I thought for Arch Manning. Going to the running back room, this is where we didn't see a ton. You get 13 carries from CJ Baxter. He runs the ball okay. Jarrett Gibson gets you 7 carries, does all right, but gets the fumble in there on his probably most explosive run. Feels like he's getting some good ground on there, and then the ball comes out at the end on that one. Christian Clark, we know as well, got 7 carries, and the last couple of carries he had looked a little bit better, but the beginning of it was really rough on him. But just not a lot. You would have expected to have the ball run probably, 35, 40 times. You got 32 when you throw in the Arch and the Ryan Wingo carries. I think you would have expected to run the ball a little bit more in this game. What do you grade the running backs?
I think I'm going to give him a C. I thought CJ Baxter was okay. I thought a lot of the issues in the running game in terms of, getting stuffed a little bit at the line was more on the offensive line than anything else. I thought Christian Clark was a little jittery and needs to be a little bit more aggressive with his runs. Jarrett Gibson was doing fine until the fumble. I'm giving him an F because he needs to hold on to the football. So, just kind of bringing down the grades a little bit. I'm going to, or averaging them out, I should say. I'm going to give them a solid C. They need to be better. They were good in week 1 against Ohio State. I thought that they were going to learn from that and implement it in this game. I don't think that they really did that enough. Granted, you didn't have Trey Wisner in the mix, so, they were okay. They need to be better this week.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And it's kind of that limited sample size because it is 13 carries for CJ Baxter. Yeah, I think he did well enough, but again, we didn't see that really explosive play we wanted to see out of him. I think that, that's still where you're looking to go, and you just want to see one of them break one over 20 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just want to see that one guy break one for over 20 yards. So we didn't see that, so that's going to knock him down. The fumble again knocks you down. And Christian Clark overall, I think with more playing time we'll get better because Jarrett Gibson, if we remember early on, basically most of his early carries were Baby Rhino just handing the ball and he just ran, and was kind of the opposite of Christian Clark, where Christian Clark's trying to find the right place and go and took too long. Jarrett Gibson was just full steam ahead. So he's kind of fixed all that, but you get the fumble and that's just brutal. So probably a B- for me. I get some of that was the offensive line. Some of that was good defensive play calling from San Jose State. But when you have the personnel matchups, you want to see, I just want to see, like it's a B. If they get 1 20-yard run, it's a B, maybe a B+. But the fact there is still no explosive plays, not breaking arm tackles, not getting out in space and making people miss, you just need that explosion out of this running game, especially with Arch Manning struggling a little bit early on. Now going over to the receivers, Parker Livingstone gets, he's another A+ guy, even with the holding call. He goes 4 for 128. Jack Endries is going to be in their tight end room. DeAndre Moore gets hurt, 4 for 30. Ryan Wingo, 4 for 30. Khalil Lockett has a good late catch. Dalen McCutcheon gets a catch in there as well. Where do you rank this wide receiver room?
It's really all over the board for me.
Yeah.
Parker Livingstone I thought was great. Ryan Wingo is inconsistent again. DeAndre Moore was doing okay until he went down with the injury. Hopefully he'll be fine this week. I haven't really seen an update on that quite yet. But, again, kind of averaging it out. I wish if I was going to give them each grades, I'd give Parker
Yeah.
Livingstone an A, not an A plus, because he had that holding call. So I'm going to be a little ticky tacky on that one. Ryan Wingo's a C. Kalik Lockett, I think gets a solid B. He had a really nice end of the game there, so that was really nice to see. You can't really grade DeAndre Moore because he was out of the game so early. But overall, I thought they did well. They got open. I know we can't really count the tight ends in this group. I guess we're going to go to that next. Yes. But Parker Livingstone's kind of carrying this unit right now, so you'd like to see some more guys step up this week.
Yeah, I'm with you. That this is I think this is, again, it's like a B minus overall, because you did see some drop passes. You did see guys not necessarily getting there, and part of that's on Arch. It's with the O-line, but you need to be able to step up. Ryan Wingo just has not been there. Once he gets there, that elevates that room completely. Parker Livingstone's doing a great job, but that's one guy's not going to get it carried, especially when that guy is your wide receiver 3. He shouldn't be the guy carrying your team. I want to see their wide receivers 1 and 2 step up more. I get DeAndre Moore got hurt. He was okay before that, but wasn't setting the world on fire either. So B minus there for that wide receivers for me. But the tight ends now. Tight ends, we see some really good play out of Jack Endries, some good play out of Winston. Jordan Washington makes the one really good catch, but he also drops a catch. He also gets his pass blocking was very questionable at points. Let's put it that way. Spencer Shannon looked good blocking as well. So I think, this one, maybe 3 out of 4 get positive grades, as opposed to just one real positive grade, maybe 1 or 2 in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give them an A minus. Outside of that missed block down by the goal line where Arch had the sack fumble deal, I thought they played really well as a group. The catch that Jordan Washington dropped was kind of tough, I think. Didn't Nick Townsend have a drop in there as well? I want to say that he had one, maybe.
He might have.
Regardless, I was really impressed with them overall. It looks like a really, really deep room, which is really positive. Jack Endries looked awesome in this game. That tight end leak that he had to score that first touchdown was awesome. So they probably win the day as far as the offense goes for me. I thought they played better than any other unit.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is there's 2 parts of this, because one is that Jack Endries just does look like he's going to fit right in on this team and continue to be a really important part of this team, which you need for a Sark offense. But the fact that they have trust in a lot of these other guys, that they had so many guys they felt good about putting on the field, whereas even in the wide receiver room, you saw some more guys get in, but they weren't necessarily all getting open or doing what they needed to do, where we didn't see necessarily the wide receivers, the young guys, being quite as trusted as everyone basically getting on the field for that tight end room and getting targets from Arch, getting into the right spaces. So you do like to see that. I'm with you. An A minus sounds good, because there was some pass blocking by the younger guys that was just, missing guys, not taking on their blocks seriously enough, and the drop passes. So, overall though, still a really good outing there for the for the tight end core. And that takes us to our offensive line, Matt. This one's a little bit more interesting. I think if you graded them out week 1 at Ohio State, they may be graded better against Ohio State than they do against San Jose State, which is an odd thing, but maybe not a full reason for concern then that their grade is not going to be as good this week.
Yeah, I would have given them a B plus against Ohio State, which, going into San Jose State, you're probably thinking, man, they're just going to bully these guys. That was anything but the case. I'm going to give them a C. I thought that they just let way too much pressure in there. They didn't hold up in the run game. They got a little bit, a little bit flustered against those smaller guys who were kind of shooting gaps a little bit differently and being they outweighed these guys by an average of 30 pounds per guy. And they're still getting pressure, and they're still getting stops in the run game. That kind of stuff shouldn't happen. So, I'd say a C at best. They really need to take a step forward this week and figure this thing out, because, Oklahoma is going to be a real tough defensive line to face. So you got to get it figured out by then.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's hard for me to ever get them above a B right now because their run blocking just hasn't been what it needs to be. We talked about it a ton earlier this season about wanting them to be a little bit nastier and a little bit meaner, and it just doesn't feel like this offensive line is going to be that. Right now, they're just trying to figure it out. The pass blocking has been okay. Again, this somewhat goes to Arch Manning, that Arch needs to be able to figure out protections as well, but it just doesn't feel like anybody is necessarily setting the protections correctly for what they need to be doing. And that's going to cause problems as better and better teams. We saw what Brent Venables just did to Bryce Underwood. You know what you're going to be matched up against there, where they're going to be coming. I think UTEP has some really good pass rushers as well that you're going to face this week that you're going to have to figure out when they start trying to throw different blitzes at you and different looks. You don't want them to get free runs at the quarterback. And you have to worry about that a little bit right now because they're just not picking up on it. They're probably a B minus. There may be a C plus for what they did this week, because at the end of the day, it's good that you're keeping Arch Manning up, but Sark even mentioned this with DJ Campbell being like, well, now he's got to learn how to block for a guy who's not going to sit in the pocket, because he blocked the right way for the pocket, but he blocks him right into Arch Manning because Arch Manning's trying to roll out. And so there's still kind of this disconnect of what they're really trying to do offensively. And that's through a lot of it. And so they're not going to be able to push it that far yet. It's just unfortunate because you want to see them kind of gel a little bit more. They still got 2 more weeks here to gel against UTEP and against Sam Houston. But the offensive line grade was worse, which it seems odd. But this is because I think Sark explained it best. They were trying to fix their mistakes from last week while not playing the opponent of this week. And it did feel like that at times, that they were really worried about something happening and they saw something completely different. And JSDTX, I agree with you. You're not overlooking OU at all right now. There's a different point. I'll pose this question to everybody, and we may talk about it a little tomorrow if we go into some Heisman looks too. But John Mateer right now in Oklahoma, would you rather have a team like an offense like Oklahoma, where John Mateer is the offense? He's running the ball, he's passing the ball, he's doing everything. Your receivers aren't necessarily playing great, your running backs aren't playing great, your offensive line isn't playing great. But John Mateer is making it work, and he's doing everything. But that is it. Like that is, and he's running the ball way too much for a quarterback, in my opinion, especially early in the season. Like that, he's running the ball a lot. So you take that, or would you prefer to have what Texas has right now with a quarterback who is maybe struggling a little bit to get going and having his time, but the talent level on this entire roster is so much more than what Oklahoma's talent level is across the board, but you don't have Superman. And it's a question, because you go, well, if Superman stays healthy, Superman could take him somewhere. But they're very John Mateer reliant right now. I don't think they minded after last season, but it's an interesting little mind puzzle, because you just look at that team, you're like, they're not, like, Jay Knott came in and was bad. I know he'll get healthier and be a bigger impact, but the offensive line, they paid a bunch of money for it, and they paid a bunch of money. And I'm not saying Texas doesn't spend money either, but they paid a lot of money for some new pieces, and it's not like they're necessarily killing it.
Yeah, it's funny because I said coming into the season that John Mateer was going to be the closest thing that we saw to Johnny Manziel since Johnny Manziel, in terms of just like the way that he plays football.
Yeah.
And so far we've seen that. The only difference is Johnny Manziel had Mike Evans. Like, John Mateer doesn't have a Mike Evans. He's making do with what he's got right now. I think that there's so much left on the bone for them offensively that they need to figure out. He's been incredible, though. It's a really tough question. I think that I would rather have what Texas has right now in terms of like balance and overall talent, as opposed to just one really good player. Because we've seen that in the past with some other schools. It hasn't necessarily worked out at the end of the day for them. But any given day, any given game, John Mateer can beat you. It doesn't matter who it is. So that's also a factor that, like, I don't know that I mean, Texas can beat you any given day. They can beat anybody in the country, but they don't have the guy that's going to right now that's just going to completely take the game over and put it on his back and say, we are not losing, which is something that Oklahoma has. So it's a really difficult and interesting question. We're going to have to dive some more into that one for sure. But, I mean, right now he's your Heisman front runner. I hope that his body holds up, because if he runs the ball 20 times against Texas, I'm not sure he's going to get up for number 21.
That's what I'm saying. It's run the ball so much, and then throwing you're doing everything. Every play you're getting up and doing it. And he's killing it right now. It's funny because it is the antithesis of how Sark is looking at the season as well. Sark is, guys, we're playing 16, 17 games, and maybe to a fault, preparing for 16, 17 games. You could look at that and go, he's being too conservative at some points. And, he wasn't quite ready week 1 because he's so worried about week 16 that you could say there's some to a fault of that. But on the other side, Brent Venables is like, we just have to win. I don't want to get fired. Please win games now, and we'll worry about the rest later. And so he's doing great, but it does feel like it's very perilous. But we've seen it work in college football before. I think the biggest difference is I don't know how many times we've seen it work in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're just talking about playing a lot of big dudes and a lot of fast, hard-hitting dudes. And that seems pretty tough. And look, we all want to have 2 Super Daves, Rodney. We wish we had 2 Super Daves. Super Dave Osborne was the best. But yeah, and that's the thing is we look at it and we say, we know Ryan Wingo's going to play better. We think Arch Manning is going to pick himself up. And like you're seeing this for the sophomores across the league, like Ryan Williams isn't playing great right now. And part of that is where they're playing him, but he's not necessarily playing the greatest football of his career. Jeremiah Smith, last 2 weeks, he hasn't been electric for Ohio State because everybody's focusing on him. And so there is something to that freshman phenom to sophomore that a lot of people seem to be having trouble with. I think it's all figured out by the time we get to October. But that is the piece is, all right, are these going to get figured out? And then, does Oklahoma have anybody else who by October starts to show up and maybe takes the load off of Mateer? Because right now, you're like, I mean, Oklahoma's they still got Auburn before us, I think, too.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Auburn's been playing well enough that they're going to come in there and try and lay the wood on you as well. So just a little thing I was thinking about, looking at John Mateer's line and being like, man, he's carrying this team, but that's dangerous to do week 2. And maybe it's just because Michigan, and they'll pull off a little bit on it now in week 3. But
I just can't think of another quarterback off the top of my head that's had less star power around him and been this good early in this good so far in recent memory. And I was thinking about Cam Newton, but they had a really good running game. They had a really good defense.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel had Mike Evans. I can't really think of another one. Tim Tebow had tons of NFL talent. And I'm not saying Oklahoma doesn't have NFL talent, but there's just not that other dude on the team. And all these other teams had another dude. So we'll see how it goes for them.
Let's talk a little bit about this defensive grades then. We got the offensive grades. Do you want to do defensive line as a whole, or are you doing when you would do interior edges?
I think we should probably separate them because I think they played wildly different.
All right, let's start with that interior defensive line, Matt. Where are you going with them? We saw a lot of people play for them. Murad Watson gets a sack and a half in this game, maybe starting something special for him. What do you have for the grade for this interior defensive line?
I think it was a B+. I thought they did really well. There's a couple leaky runs in there. But for the most part, I thought they held up really well. I thought that they, won their assignments, and Murad Watson looked really, really good. We saw a couple Justice Terry snaps. He didn't really do a whole lot, but he got in there. But it was a really solid day from that group. I really don't have any complaints out of them.
Yeah, I'll even go one more. I'll go A- because I thought they did do well enough in the run game. Basically, there was maybe 2 series where they really kind of the entire defense just felt like it slowed down. So I'll go ahead and give them an A-. I think they did hold up really, really well. What about on the edge then? Because now we talk about Colin Simmons, who has just had a rough start to the season. The pressure on the quarterback, guys have been getting the ball out a little bit quicker. Maybe the pressure wasn't there. Eget was a pretty steady hand in the pocket as well and moving around a little bit. They weren't able to get the pressure they wanted. What do you put on the edge grade?
I'm giving him a D. I really didn't like what I saw out of the edge group. They got some pressure at times, but there's the penalties from Colin Simmons were a major drawback for me. The other guys were kind of non-existent in my opinion as well. Colton Vosick looked out of place during a lot of that game, which really surprised me. They were running the football right at him, and he couldn't get off his blocks and make a play. So that was really concerning. I think they're going to get better because I do think this is the most talented edge room in the country. I just think that they're pressing a little bit too much. And this week, hopefully they kind of turn it around, but it's going to start with Colin Simmons and he needs to be better.
Yeah. For whatever reason, the edge room just feels like the game plan hasn't been good the first couple of weeks, or they're not following the game plan. Let's put it that way. Like whatever's happening, they're not using the fact that they have so much talent to get an advantage. And it's just guys trying to win one-on-ones, and that's not the right way to play football. Even if you're better in your one-on-one, you'd like to scheme things a little bit more to give it more of an advantage, to try and load up on one side or try and do one thing. It doesn't look like it's been there. I guess C- for them. They may get a D, but yeah, they did a poor job this week again. And it's really like at the end of the day, you have to put it down to Colin Simmons' penalties, keeping drives alive, that just put you over the edge.
2 weeks in a row.
Speaking of someone that probably did a lot better then, how about our linebacker core? The linebacker core, Ty Anthony Smith stepped up and got the forced turnovers. We know who Anthony Hill is. He's still stepping up in there. Where do you put this linebacker core?
I'm really trying to find a way not to give them an A+, but I can't really do it. I thought they were the best the best group on the field, and that includes a secondary that got a couple of picks. So, Ty Anthony Smith was great. Anthony Hill really returned to form this week. Leon Golafau was good. I thought Trey Moore was good. So, overall, I just thought that was the best unit on the defense.
Yeah, to see everybody step up like that, it was a lot of fun to watch. So I'm all for it. And I'm giving him an A+. Did everything that you could have asked him to do on that. Helped you out sometimes when maybe the defensive line wasn't fully there. But that's why I like what the interior defensive line did as well, is I think they were basically handing over guys to the linebacker core and allowed the linebacker core to come in and make those big plays afterwards. Mm-hmm. So you're wrapping a guy up and then turning him around and going, go get the ball. This is now your job. We've already got him, but go get him. So it all worked together, and the linebackers this week felt like they really did focus on trying to get the ball out and make those plays. We saw with Chalk walking over to the sideline to cry at a certain point because he was just so frustrated at how well they were coming after him. We'll separate the DBs and the safeties here. Your DB grade. I believe I saw that Manny Muhammad did not get a pass attempt thrown his way again. We saw him be on an island out there. Where do you put the rest of these DBs?
I thought they did pretty well. Manny Muhammad was pretty locked down. Jalen Gilbo got that really nice timely pick. Kobe Black was good at times. He also got mossed at one point, in which I thought that should have been a catch. That was one of the best college plays in college football that I've seen this season when he pinned it against the helmet. Yeah, it was incredible. I thought they should have left that one, let that be. But I thought the corners were fine. Nothing crazy. It's really hard to grade the corners when you don't get a pass thrown to your best corner's side because they're just avoiding him, which I guess gives you an A in that regard. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah. But I thought they did fine. I'll give them a solid B, I guess.
Yeah, I'll give them an A-. I think they did fine on pretty much everything. You knew in a run and shoot offense, they're going to throw the ball. They're going to get some completions. You know, it's hard for me to go, well, you only get an A+ if you hold them to, you know, 100 passing yards or whatever you want to put them at. But they held him to 188 to a team that wants to throw for 300, 400 yards. So, and a lot of that came later in the game too. It was, you know, a couple drives where they got going. I'll just go ahead and give them an A-. In the safety play there, what do you think about the safety play? Michael Taft, Xavier Filsaime, Williams, how did those guys step up for you?
Again, I thought they were okay. You know, Filsaime had a good PBU late in the game. Michael Taft seemed kind of largely non-existent in this game to me. I didn't really notice him a whole lot. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
He led the team in tackles.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about in terms of pass coverage.
I get that. Yeah, he was much more in the run game and just knocking guys down. But yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, like I'm talking about strictly in pass coverage. I thought they were great against the run. Jelani McDonald was okay. Grayson Littleton got burned a couple times, but I mean, I don't even really know if I put him as a corner because he's playing at star or if it's a safety. We'll just put him in with the safeties, I guess. But it was a solid day overall. Not too much to complain about. Again, good against the run. The whole secondary kind of takes a step back for me because of that one drive they gave up where Eget just carved them up down the field.
Yeah.
So again, I'm probably going to give him a B+.
Yeah,
but nothing crazy.
No, I'm with you on that one. I thought they were well in the run game, but yeah, I wanted to see the safeties maybe help out a little bit more and be a little bit more aggressive on some of these. And it felt like Taff and them were much more on the I'm going to try and dislodge the ball with a hit than I'm going to try and ball hawk it. I would have liked to seen a little bit more ball hawk in this game, but I think they understood they had talented wide receivers, and there's probably something there too with Scudero where they're like, if you let him go catch it, he can get free and go for a touchdown. So don't try and just go make a big play and miss it. If you want to go for a big play, go for it. But if you miss it, we're going to get on here. One of those ones where the coach goes, you can do this, but I mean, let you know the ass chewing that is coming on the other side of this if you make a bad decision on this one. But if you make a great play, we're going to celebrate it. I'm going to trust you. And it just felt like they were not going to take that risk at any point, or they just didn't feel like the opportunity was there. Again, Eget had a great game, so there's not too much you can put on that one. But there's some grades overall. What do you think Texas gets for a grade for this week? Just overall grade of saying this is, is this a B+ performance, maybe a B- performance from Texas against San Jose State? Probably should have won by 40 or 50 if they were playing at a higher level. The defense still does hold them to just 7 points. Like, I don't know.
I think given the 12 penalties for 115 yards, you got to give them a B- at best. Yeah. They just need to be more consistent overall. I mean, that 5-minute stretch where they scored 4 touchdowns, they should have been doing that all game. The opportunities were there. And granted, a lot of that was sped up by timely turnovers that happened during that period of time as well. But in terms of just like marching the ball down the field, I thought that they should have done a lot better and been more consistent there. So I'm just going to give them a B-. They need to take a step forward this week, or I'm going to start getting a little bit concerned when it comes to SEC play.
No, with your Chan says C. I like Hair of the Dog. What about a grade for Sark on the game plan? I mean, I probably go with a grade of around the same thing, like a B- for Sark. I thought it was a bit conservative still. I maybe want to go a little bit more aggressive.
I need to watch the All-22 so I can get a better sense of what they were trying to do overall. But I thought there was plenty of opportunities there.
There were.
Penalties really held them back. Drops really held them back. So I'll give them a B+ just on the face of it. Like I said, I need to go watch the All-22. But, if you don't have penalties on that DeAndre Moore play and that Parker Livingstone play and Ryan Wingo catches that pass across the middle, I mean, you're talking about throwing for 370 yards and maybe 5 touchdowns. So
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to tell without seeing the whole field, but I'll go B+.
No, and it's where those penalties go, because the penalties at the end of the day do fall back on Sark some too, but that's not necessarily the game plan. The game plan has 0 penalties in it. That is just on the coaching overall. I'm throwing those in there a little bit because I'm like, yeah, you have to have your guys ready to go a little bit better than what you had them. I probably would have run the ball more. I probably would have had Arch step out a few times more if I was Sark, but I do think overall the plan was not bad. It was just a little bit more conservative. I think he thought, well, we're going to go on this run. We'll be able to get going, but not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Hopefully they'll open it up this week. I think that they probably will. But
And I agree. If they don't fix the penalty stuff, you can't give up a football field of penalties. I mean, they're 5-yard shorts of both end zones included in the penalties at this point, which is bonkers to only allow 7 points and to still put up how many, put up 40, 42 or whatever they put up, 35.
I will say that red zone play that they ran with Parker Livingstone was brilliant. So I'm gonna give that as a plus to Sark, because that was something that we didn't see last week against Ohio State, probably for good reason. But I like that they're implementing some RPO stuff at the goal line. I think that that's a really smart move because you got the players to do it, so you might as well do it.
No, I like that. That's true. It wasn't as bad. Like the one that I remember when I like Sark for doing this is on the offense as well, but they do get that penalty when Trey Moore takes the ball down to the 1, and then they get the penalty and it pushes them back, and you're like, we're going to get a field goal out of this. Like you just in your head, just go, we're going to get a freaking field goal out of having the ball at the 1-yard line because Trey Moore didn't try and stretch it over and get into the end zone, which I prefer him not losing the ball. But at the same point, you're like, we're at the 1, 1st and goal at the 1, and we're about to kick a field goal. And then Sark immediately hits for a touchdown. So, all right, yeah, Manning immediately hits for a touchdown, and you're just like, okay, all right, that's much better. The red zone worries. Now, this is kind of what they did last year too, where Sark gets to go, our red zone got better, and you go, it got better against these teams. Your red zone against San Jose State is great. I need your red zone against Florida and Oklahoma and Georgia. I need those red zones to be much better.
And Ohio State, please.
Well, we're not playing them again yet, maybe at the end. But yes, much better against Ohio State. We win that game if we have red zone against Ohio State. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm with you. But yeah, here, Doug, they have penalties like that. It's going to be a very, very long season. I think the Colin Simmons stuff I think he's still probably good for an offsides a game. But if we can get rid of the roughing the passers and the hands to the faces and all of those 15-yarders, I'll take the one he jumps. I'll take the one he jumps if we can get the rest of it. If we can get rid of the rest of that. I still think you're still looking at probably a holder to a game, a false starter to a game, just because it is a young and inexperienced offensive line. They're going to get those. You'd like to have the offensive line penalties to 3 a game, I think, is where you feel a little bit more comfortable with it. So if we say that's 4, and we'll throw it like 5 penalties a game is where, okay, that can happen and it won't be the end of it. I'd like to get it less than that, but I don't know if I see that happening with just how undisciplined they've been.
Guess where Texas ranks in college football in terms of the amount of penalties they have committed?
5th.
There's 136 teams. So it's going to be like, the lower you are, the more penalties you've committed.
Oh wait, so not high. So you want to have the least amount of penalties, you're saying, to be number 1?
Yes.
Oh, okay. At 136, 129.
You're close. They rank 120th in the country right now. Okay. 18 penalties.
Yeah, it's bad.
Ohio State and Notre Dame and Georgia, 3 major contenders. They've only committed 5 penalties through their first 2 games. Oh, I guess Notre Dame's only played 1 game, but the other 2 have only 5 through 2 games. Yeah,
officials, man. That's what's happening.
It needs to be better. And in terms of passing, in penalty yards, they're 125th.
Yeah.
So that needs to get fixed.
Yeah. I mean, there's no. I don't think there's anyone who can watch what happened and go the last two games and think, nah, they're fine. They'll figure it out. I mean, they literally, the two touchdowns that have been scored on them are both direct results of penalties that they could have probably gotten out of both of those if they just weren't idiots about it. The Ohio State one for sure, that first touchdown, not the second one, the first touchdown was
the second one was just an incredible play.
Yeah. The first touchdown though that's ridiculous. That was too many penalties on that one. So you think you're going to get probably 3 a game minimum just because it is what it is. You're going to have some mistakes. These are young men playing football, but it cannot continue the way that it has been right now. Speaking of guys, though, that may be young but get opportunities, Matt, who in this game did you look at and think these guys earned some more playing time? These guys really kind of got themselves in a position where maybe, like, I'll start. I think Khalil Lockett earned himself a little bit more playing time.
Stole mine.
That's where I'll start. I think we'll start. We could talk about him too. But Khalil Lockett coming in late, having a big reception, in a moment that's not pressure packed, but it is for him. Like, that play matters a lot for him, and to be able to be shorthanded in those moments, just keep the ball going. That guy is somebody on your offense who probably earned himself a few more snaps, maybe a little bit jumps up a little bit more in there. Maybe you trust him. If DeAndre Moore is not 100% this next week, does Khalil Lockett take a few of those snaps and step in for DeAndre Moore a little bit more? Do you get him in there? Does he maybe start to get in that conversation where Emmett Mosley, does he start to fight Emmett Mosley for, if Emmett Mosley isn't ready, well, some of those snaps that were saved for Mosley are going to go to Lockett. But I'd put him for just, didn't do a ton, 2 catches, but was shorthanded.
Yeah, he was the one that really jumped out to me on the offense for sure. I mean, I think he kind of hit it right on the head. It doesn't seem like a big deal because it's late in the game. You're up big and it's San Jose State, but this is the first snaps this guy's got in his college career, and he didn't flinch. And one of those catches was on a 4th down to keep the chains moving. So I think he's earned himself some more snaps. Dalen McCutcheon has been pretty good in his snaps. He did have the drop, but it was kind of a tough grab. He had the tough catch against Ohio State. So, like, both of those guys, I think, need to be a little bit more involved, especially over the next couple of games. My defensive one may be cheating a little bit because I don't think this is going to be a surprise to anyone. But I do not see a scenario in which you can keep Ty Anthony Smith off the field. He has been so good. Not just in like his run fits and his tackling, but like he's forcing turnovers. He's athletic. He moves to the ball really quickly. So I think you got to figure out a way to keep him on the field as often as possible, which is going to be really, really hard because Leon Golafau has been great and Trey Moore is there. And obviously Anthony Hill is there. So, like, I mean, how often are you going to have 3 linebackers on the field? Not very often in today's college game. So, I don't know if he's going to start going 50-50 with Leon Golafau or what, but he needs to be on the field more for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That is the linebacker core has that problem of they're just playing so well. And it does feel like Trey Moore is that whole linebacker thing is kind of, he's going to move. He's going to be like, all right, well, the edge room's not playing that great, but the linebacker's playing well. So we don't necessarily need you in that circle so much. I think Xavier Filsaime probably got himself a little bit more pumped up into those reps at safety as well. I think he did well enough that you'll see him kind of get up in there a little bit more for that defensive line. And then another one I'll just give a shout out to. He's playing some already. I mean, he's not catching passes, but Spencer Shannon, you feel pretty comfortable putting him out there as a blocker right now and putting him in those games. I think he's done a really good job so far as a blocker. And so I'll be curious to see if they run him out any routes for him or anything and try and get Spencer Shannon the ball because they targeted every other wide receiver tight end, but he didn't really get those, but he did get some good blocking downs.
Yeah, he also was open for a touchdown against Ohio State, and Arch didn't see him. So he's getting open when he has the opportunities to do it. I'd like to see him get a little bit more run as well. Another guy that I'm going to shout out, actually two more guys on the defense. Number one, Zena Imeazulu. I thought he did really well in place of Colin Simmons when he got his opportunities. He's aggressive and he's really tough, and I really like what he's been able to do. And then Kobe Black. He did get mossed, even though it was an incompletion, but I really like his aggressiveness. I think he's super athletic, and he was in the right spots.
Yeah.
You can't help it if a guy makes an incredible one-handed pin against your helmet and makes the play of the day, even though it ended up being an incompletion. I thought that he looked really good in his opportunities in terms of being in the right place and how aggressive he was. So I'd like to see him get a couple more in there as well.
Well, and throw in there that he did the right thing, which is push the guy out of bounds and then hope for the best. And that's what happened is he directed him to get out of bounds. And then they rolled that he didn't have possession of the ball until he was out of bounds. And so it worked, even though he did get mossed. And even though you could go either way on that call, he still didn't allow him to stay in bounds. And that would have been the worst end of that play is you let him stay in bounds and finish the catch. Instead, you're driving him kind of the opposite way out of bounds. So I even on that one, he did technically get a pass breakup, I guess, or an incomplete. Like he did eventually get it. So whether or not you put it in the stat book, and if you just look at the numbers, that was an incomplete pass to Kobe Black's side. So I like that one. I think those are probably your main guys. I was a little surprised we didn't see more Jamie French and see him get involved at all. I'm curious to see when we'll get to see him a little bit more. But it does feel like Khalil Lockett definitely took the step ahead of him, at least in this game. Again, a couple more games. I'm sure they're going to try and get him out there and see what they can see late in these games. It did feel like Sark probably wanted to take out Arch and the starters a little bit earlier than he did. And I think it was, like we used to see this last year, and it was a deal of, does Quinn Ewers even come back out for the second half? And what Sark usually wanted to see was, I want to see you come back out in the second half and play well. And then as soon as you play well in the second half, I'm going to pull you, right? But I do want to see you come back out and get used to starting a second half and continuing to bring energy and continuing to push the offense and do all that. And they just didn't. Like, they weren't, super good coming out of the tunnel. And so it just took a while before he finally went, all right, some of our guys are getting dinged up. Let's go put in some subs. And then we got to see a little bit of Matthew Caldwell. But it did, if Arch, I think the big piece is, even if you're up 42-0 at halftime, he's still going to have Arch come out in the second half because that's what Sark shown he does. And it's just like, you got to start that second half and have 1 or 2 touchdown drives, and then you'll get pulled and everybody else will get in. But it really doesn't even matter that much how much you beat him in the first half, or if you go on that run. Sark wants to see you come back out in the tunnel in the second half and do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that that's, something that overall as a young team, they need to work on. So hopefully they get a couple more opportunities to do that this week, in the following week. I really think that this team needs to, approach all possible scenarios in terms of, get up big early and come out in the second half with the same mindset, because you need to come out of the locker room with a killer mindset no matter what the score is, because anything can happen in college football. And that's particularly true for Arch, I think. You need to be able to put together 4 consistent quarters. And look, if you're up 63-0 in the third quarter against UTEP, you're not going to play Arch in the fourth quarter, because that would just be begging for disaster. But you need to see him come out in the second half and be able to put a couple of drives together and be more consistent, because 10 points in the second half against San Jose State, that's not enough.
No, and I think that's what I'm saying. I think he wants to see 14 out of Arch, or at least out of offense, and then go, okay, you guys came back out of the huddle. But it goes to, the starts have been slow, and again, this is a Sark thing that all starts, he hasn't necessarily been historically a great first drive guy, but he has picked, the second drive will get there, third drive, they'll be fine. But with Arch, that hasn't been the case yet, because Arch is still finding himself. And it feels like this whole offense at a point is kind of adjusting to different styles and kind of finding themselves, in the way you keep putting it, it always looks to me like they walk out with this, with like they feel like they're just so much better, but they don't know what they're doing. Like I don't know how to put it, but like this blind confidence of like a karaoke singer, where they're like, give me the mic, let me go. And then they start singing and they can't sing. And you're like, oh, you should have practiced singing more. That's kind of what it feels like early in these games. And then they figure it out and then they're good. But they have to get punched in the face a couple times to realize that they're not that, okay, we got two 3 and outs. Maybe we're not that great. And then they play well again. And so you just have to try and fight this, the mental part of it for them to just play football. Just forget everything else and just go play football like you know how to do it. Listen to what we're telling you. Listen to the coaches. Trust in what we're telling you. And I think you saw that, like that's another one of those pieces that you had from Quinn Ewers that really feels even more noticeable now, was that Quinn Ewers had he fully was bought into whatever Sark was selling. You know what I mean? Like, so when Sark came out and he was on board with it 100%, felt like it was going to work. And I don't know if Arch, I don't think he's fighting against it at all. I just don't know if he has that same level of like, oh, we're good. This play is going to work. And if it doesn't, we'll kind of be, but like, he's not quite there yet. It's just going to take a little bit of time for him to get there. So it's rough right now for these starts. I don't know if it's going to get better in the next couple of weeks. And even if it does, what does it matter when you get to Florida and when you get to Oklahoma and you start to see tougher, more evenly matched defenses to your offense? But they're just going to have to figure that out. And that second half is the same kind of concept. You just have to be able to go out there and get going out of a complete stop.
Yeah. The slow start stuff is probably, outside of the penalties, obviously, probably the most concerning aspect of this team for me so far, because you're going to play some offenses over the next few weeks that are going to be able to do a little bit more than San Jose State. So it's a case of guys pressing too hard more than anything else. I kind of disagree, hair of the dog. I don't think that they feel entitled. I think that they feel the weight of the expectations, and they're trying to go out and prove that they're as good as everybody says they are, which is resulting in guys like Colin Simmons getting these boneheaded penalties, and Arch being inconsistent with his mechanics, and Ryan Wingo dropping passes because he's trying to make a big play before the ball gets to him, and all these different things. And and this is kind of a doom and gloom take for me, and probably way too far ahead of time. But there was so much talk about this team before the season being the team that Sark was building toward when he got to Austin.
Yeah.
And this was the year that Texas was going to finally break through and win a national championship. And now just the way that this team is played early on.
They're so young.
They're so young. I feel like that's next year.
It does feel like it, and I'm with you 100%. When I see that, I'm like, he was building towards this team. That seems remarkably young.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that this team can't do good things this year. That doesn't mean this isn't a playoff team. That doesn't mean that they're not a national title contender. But I still think that there's so much to iron out with this team that probably next year is when you're going to see them really be the dominant thing that we're expecting. Which is not what everybody wants to hear, but they're still going to compete for everything that they want this year.
Yeah.
No, I still don't think they're going to be 7-5 or 8-4 Sooner Cowboys. I think that they're just, it might be another situation where, you get to the playoff and you drop one that really frustrates you. Yeah. And it's just, I just think that there was far too much pressure placed on a bunch of young guys that it's going to be really hard to live up to no matter what they do.
Yeah, and that's what I say here, the dog. I like entitled mentality. It's not far from that, because it is confidence. It is this confidence that it's not like, oh, we've already won the game, but it is, I'm going to go like Colin Simmons. No one can stop me. No one can stop me. and then somebody stops you.
San Jose State stopped you.
Yeah, and so it's the thing where it's not like we've already beat San Jose State. It's like I'm gonna go beat San Jose State. So it's a little bit of a different, confidence thing. It's maybe semantics at a point, but it's that concept of, I know I'm the best, and you don't realize how close all of this is in most sports, and maybe the level, and so he can get up there. But I think the other point is when you take somebody like a Colin Simmons and then go, you can't just be bull rushing every single play, because if you do, first of all, we'll talk about that, you'll get on the wrong side of a blitz and Eget can just walk through. They'll just direct you where they want you to go. So you can't do that because we have to have a game plan. And if we allow the defense to be worried about other pieces and not think you're coming every play, then we'll find the play to send you, and you will hit the quarterback as hard as he's ever been hit in his life. No, I get that here, dog. I'm with you. And so that's what I'm saying is I think you're there, and it's all semantics. But yeah, it's at the end of the day, there does feel like there's a bit more confidence on this team than they've earned. And, you have to look away, and, that's a hard part that, when you talk to an NFL player in year 15, they'll be like, man, I haven't earned anything yet. I got to go out there in the field and go get it. But you talk to a sophomore and they go, do you see what I did freshman year? It's just age and maturity at a certain point of understanding every week's going to be different. Some weeks you're going to kill it. I think Sark's line, when that one worked well, you can't get 10 sacks in one play. It's kind of that mentality. And for Arch, that's kind of the thing too, is every play he's trying to hit that 75-yarder to Parker Livingstone every play. But that's sometimes just hit the guy, just hit the check down. Just get rid of the ball, throw it out of bounds, take the sack, do it, like just make the play and fight another down. That's a better plan than constantly trying to be the hero and killing yourself, and we want you to be healthy. John Mateer, we got to see. We talked about earlier in the show. Is he going to be able to last doing what he does? He's a hero right now, man. And he's winning them games, and he's going to continue to win them games. But 20 plus carries a game for a quarterback who's also slinging the ball around is just nuts. So if he can keep doing it, God bless him. Have a great season. He's going to be a Heisman favorite. But Arches doesn't have to be that. You have way more talent on this offense around you, and you just got to start finding it. You just got to get, DeAndre Moore. It's a shame that he got hurt because you want to build that chemistry back up. We know that chemistry was there 2 years ago because those guys were working out all the time. So they just got to start figuring that stuff out, and they'll be fine. But the slow starts have kind of always been Sark's thing. He's always had this game plan of this will work, and if one thing doesn't work, the whole script kind of falls apart in that first series. And it just feels like every time it's like, all right, so on first down, we're going to throw this across the middle. That'll be 9 yards, okay? And that'll set up a 14-yard run. And then we're going to hit the outside. What was that? Incompletion? Ah, shit. Throw it out. Script's done. It just feels like there's always just like something that goes slightly wrong in that first series and for Sark. And if it doesn't, it works, but always something kind of goes wrong. They got to fix that. They got to finish out of the tunnel in the second half. And then all of us will have a much different opinion. And man, you'd like to see it in one of these games the next 2 weeks because we got a bye week and then Florida. And I prefer to not walk into Florida going, well, I hope Florida's not very good.
I don't think Florida's very good, but still, you can't approach that matchup that way. I think if there's one thing that I really want to see out of this team more than anything else this week against UTEP, I mean, it's easy to say the penalties, so I'm not even going to go there because that's a given.
Yeah.
I want to see them march down the field on the first drive of the game on not like a 10-play, 75-yard drive where they're just getting like, solid gains here and there.
Yeah.
I want to see them go 75 yards in 4 plays, hit a big run, hit a big pass across the middle from Arch to whoever, preferably Ryan Wingo, so we can kind of get that out of the way. And then, a pass to Jack Endries for a touchdown, like a quick, explosive touchdown drive on the first drive of the game. I think that's something that would do an immeasurable amount for this football team's confidence.
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's all. It's all the progression you want to see of Arch Manning just to start to feel normal enough in doing the right things. get into football mode, full, off-season mode is over, get into football mode, kind of make the leadership stuff. I think the leadership stuff for all these young guys too is maybe pushing them a little bit more, that they feel like they've got everybody watching everything they do, which they do, but you can't play like that. And so all those pieces put together, but I'm with you 100%, Matt. You just like to see them in the first couple series put something together and not have to rely on a 75-yard play. And look, if you get a big 25, 30-yard run in there, awesome. Awesome. That's great that you got that kind of explosive play, but it doesn't have to be 75 yards where we just figure we're done. We're done. Go back over. Interception, short field. Let's do it again. We don't need that necessarily. So I'm with you on that one. Let's take our first break, Matt. We will come back after this break. We'll get into the Vikings and the Bears, a little NFL talk. We'll keep talking college football with you, too, if you want to keep it going. Maybe we'll get into these SEC rankings today, or if we don't do it today, we'll get in tomorrow. I want to look at some of the new coaches and how they fared over the weekend as well in the NFL. We'll get to all that as we continue on here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. You guys are the third member in the chat there. Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. And, of course, on the text line as well, 512-222-9328. We did have some breaking news, Matt. Breaking news. Deuce Vaughn has signed to the Broncos practice squad.
He may be their starting running back by next week. You never know.
Hey, look, I trust Sean Payton to figure out a way to use Deuce Vaughn more than I trust the Cowboys organization. I'll say that. They try and find some different, interesting ways to use it. They drafted RJ Harvey. They picked up J.K. Dobbins. They're going across trying to figure some things out. I wonder, did Sam Ehlinger and Deuce Vaughn, were they in Texas high school at the same time?
I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I could not tell you off the top of my head if that matches up that they were high schoolers here in the Austin area at the same time. I don't know. I doubt they played each other, but that's an interesting. But you put another Austin guy there on the Broncos, another Central Texas connection on the Broncos as well, hanging out with Sam Ehlinger now, and Sam Ehlinger and Deuce Vaughn kicking it up on the Broncos practice squad.
Sam Ehlinger was part of the 2017 class. Deuce Vaughn was part of the 2020 class, so they probably missed each other.
Okay. All right. Let's get into a little NFL talk here, Matt, and talk a little bit about the game last night. I know you were not thrilled with the fourth quarter. It was not. Ben Johnson looked like he had things going a little bit better early in the game for Caleb Johnson. We saw Caleb Johnson do some good things. Some things worked out, maybe some bad things as well. Accuracy still wasn't really there in some of his passes, especially like the screens and easy ones. You got to be able to make those to be able to pick it up. It was a 3rd and 2 at one point. They throw a bubble screen to try and pick up the 2 yards, and he just misses them. It turns into a 4th and 6. After that, like plays like that are just they kill you as a coach because you think maybe we'll definitely get the 2, but we'll probably get some more. And you end up losing 4 yards because of a bad pass. The ball's not right where it needs to be. Over the rest of it, though, played a pretty decent game for the Bears until we get to the fourth quarter. Minnesota all of a sudden figures it out, and they go on they scored 21 points in the fourth quarter. Most points by a rookie quarterback in the fourth quarter. Our quarterback making his first start, I believe, is the actual thing. You finish with 143 yards and 2 touchdowns for J.J. McCarthy. And the Minnesota Vikings get the win. It's not like J.J. McCarthy was great, but he kind of did what he did at Michigan and just willed his team to win at the end. And it worked. Like they everything seemed to happen. I'm not giving him all the credit. I don't want to give him all the credit, but it did seem like he was, once again, in the right place at the right time doing the right thing.
I put that more on the Bears defense than J.J. McCarthy personally. Like letting him escape on that zone read was god-awful. He did throw a nice ball to Justin Jefferson there at the goal line. That was a good throw. I mean, 80% of that game, he was dog water, and then he turned it on in the fourth quarter. I don't think he's going to be able to do that every single game.
No.
But I'm going to give him credit where credit's due. He willed them to win, and they got the win. I thought the Vikings game plan was weird for a long time. Jordan Mason got far more carries. He was far more involved than Aaron Jones was, which I thought was strange. But like the Vikings are playing to J.J. McCarthy's strengths in the sense that they only asked him to throw the ball 20 times.
Yeah.
If you get into a situation where J.J. McCarthy has to throw the ball 35 times in a game, 30 plus throws in a game, I think you're going to be in trouble. But as long as they run the football and they play good defense and their completions are timely, then they're going to be okay. It really just seemed to me more than anything else that it was a classic Bears collapse. So, credit J.J. McCarthy, but I still think you suck.
It did also feel like this is a Bears team that Ben Johnson's like, I need a running back. And Roschon Johnson has been hurt, so he wasn't available to play. They ran DeAndre Swift 17 times. He got 53 yards. Like, he's not usable as a running back. He's an every down back. And so if you have that where you go, he's just not going to be the guy. Maybe the offensive line isn't good enough. They try to rebuild that. But I feel like they just need to get somebody better. He had 2 better running backs in this in Detroit. He had a quarterback who was a better game manager. He had better wide receivers. So there's a lot he needs. But I think the running game, if you just are able to run the ball a little bit better, it probably changes this to where Chicago doesn't make the mistakes down the stretch. They're able to run the ball a little bit more, control the clock, and maybe not lose this game. But they're going to have to try and figure that one out. I think Roschon Johnson has a great chance to try and get some snaps as soon as he gets healthy because, I mean, DeAndre Swift, 3.1 yards per carry, is not going to win any awards.
Yeah, Caleb Williams was running for his life for a lot of that game too, I felt like.
Yeah.
Maybe he was pulling the ball down too quickly a couple times, but for the most part, that offensive line looked really leaky.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a more annoying quarterback to watch play football than Caleb Williams, though. There's just there's just something about it. The way that he runs around, the way that he does whatever he does, he's really good at doing those things, but it's just obnoxious to watch for whatever reason. I can't put my finger on it. But yeah, they need to be more consistent in the running game if this Ben Johnson offense is going to work, and they just couldn't do that in this one.
Yeah. I think Dak Prescott's a way better quarterback, at least right now, than Caleb Williams is. Because Caleb Williams, he's just not accurate enough on simple passes. And that's so much of the NFL game is just putting the ball where the coach needs you to put the ball. And, you can get schemed a lot of things open. They can help you out a lot. But if you miss these passes and, in a world where the defenses are able to show stuff, I heard Zay brought up, I heard it too from Peyton Manning. You're like, the disguises that these defenses can throw now, you're kind of just in the dark most of the time anyway when you're playing in the offense. Peyton Manning brought it. He's like, I played my whole career. I couldn't tell you that they were gonna. I thought they were man too, and they weren't. They dropped out, dropped into a zone, and so the disguises now that they can put out, it's just really hard for these quarterbacks. So you have to be able to, when a guy schemes you, okay, this guy's going to be open and he's going to be running across, you have to hit him in stride. If you hit him in stride, it's 25 yards. And if you throw it behind him, it's an incompletion, an interception, or an 8-yard gain. You have to hit him in stride for this offense to work. And when you're just missing guys a little bit, Arch was doing it in Caleb Williams, you have to be able to hit those passes.
Yeah, I was about to say, he kind of seems like the Arch Manning of the NFL right now. He's just kind of inconsistent with his accuracy and on the short stuff that should be the easiest stuff that you're getting. So I think he'll end up being okay. He's, in terms of physical talent, he's the most talented quarterback in the NFL, probably. I mean, he's right there with Josh Allen. Just Josh Allen was able to put it all together really quickly in Buffalo, and Caleb Williams just still hasn't quite put it all together yet. So whether or not he'll get there is another question entirely. I think Ben Johnson is going to be able to do a lot of good things with him going forward, but they need to help him out with being able to consistently run the football, and they just can't do it.
So does this change your opinion about the Vikings or the Bears after 1 week? Do you feel a little bit better, a little bit worse about either of these teams? Or is this basically kind of what you were expecting? And it's a Vikings team that needed a miracle to win a game they should have been able to win, and a Bears team who looked like they had some things in hand and were doing all right, but still they're the Bears.
It was about what I expected. I still think that the Vikings are going to finish third in their division at best. I still think the Bears are going to shoot themselves in the foot constantly. And I still think JJ McCarthy is going to be a below average quarterback. So it didn't really do anything to change. I will say that I was impressed with the Vikings and the way they were able to run the ball, despite the Bears knowing that they're going to run the football. That's something that's really hard to do in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right. I wanted to get into some of these. We're going to do these before the season, but now we're into week 1, and I think they're still mostly intact. If you have any of these brewing storylines, brewing controversies, brewing things for the NFL this season, some things to keep an eye on and see how they go through the season, I'm going to give you some of these, and we'll see if we think that these are going to be major problems and maybe the end results of some of these storylines, Matt. But let's start with the Dolphins. And the storylines are just all around this organization, from the general manager saying that his kids are getting that people are wishing cancer upon his kids, to Mike McDaniel still being Mike McDaniel, who is a fun-loving guy, but people, the mood has changed around the Dolphins, to Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill, who's making a ton of money, was one of the best wide receivers in football 2 years ago. Last year, his numbers dropped off dramatically. Still played in 16 games, but his numbers dropped off dramatically. Now Tyreek Hill is over the offseason basically said, I'm done with it. Then came back, apologized, but does not get captain status, even though veterans often, especially good veterans, often get captain status. They don't vote him as captain. There's still bad blood that he basically said this team sucks and I'm the best player on it. And so they're all pissed at him. He's got a huge contract going up next year. So they're like, he's not going to be on the same contract next year. And now we see them put up one of the worst performances, if not the worst performance of week 1 from anybody. They just completely shit the bed. And week 1, this Tyreek Hill thing with Mike McDaniel, with everything, it feels like there's an explosion coming somewhere from inside this organization, whether it's, everyone's fired and we're just tanking and screw it. We're cutting Tyreek Hill, or Tyreek Hill comes out and starts to let it all out. Tyreek Hill also now, there was a report today or yesterday that his estranged wife is now basically, I don't know what the legalities of it, but accusing him of 8 different times of domestic violence against her. So there's that report now coming out about Tyreek Hill. This Dolphins team feels like it is pretty cursed this season already in week 1. The brewing storyline, where does this go for this Dolphins team this year? Is there a chance that they maybe figure something out and get a couple wins and salvage it a little bit, and they just kind of play through the season? At the end, they make the changes, or does this go ground zero sooner rather than later?
I think first things first, you have to cut ties with Tyreek Hill. I think he's a cancer on this football team. He's not performing to the level of his contract. He's got all this legal stuff now with the estranged wife and all the stuff in the offseason. I think that if you moved away from him in whatever way you have to do it, it would sort of calm things down in that locker room a little bit and give you a little bit of a reset. Might make your offense a little simpler. That's going to be really difficult to do because I don't know anybody that's going to want to take on Tyreek Hill right now outside of maybe like the Steelers. I'm sure they would trade for anybody right now. So would the Eagles. I mean, the Eagles tried to trade for Micah Parsons, for God's sake.
They did trade for Tank Bigsby.
Yeah,
got
they're
Tank Bigsby
making
in
trades,
there.
man.
It screwed me over because I had Tank Bigsby and Will Shipley in one of my fantasy leagues, and I was like, Tank Bigsby's going to take over for Etienne, and then Will Shipley is Saquon Barkley gets hurt, and now they blew that all out of the water for me.
Yeah, so I don't know. It kind of feels like this thing is going to blow up sooner rather than later. And it's just kind of a situation where, at first it was just like a little snowball running down the hill and you thought that you could get in front of it and stop it and you'd be okay. Now it feels like that's turned into a giant snowball and it's rolling down the hill and it's going to destroy the town underneath. So it's unfortunate because, there's a lot of talent on that team. I really like Mike McDaniel. I think in terms of a player and coach fit, I don't know that there's a better fit in the NFL for Quinn Ewers than being with Mike McDaniel. But it just seems like it's going to burn down really, really quickly.
It really does. And the Tyreek Hill thing is weird because you're like, yeah, you can call it the Steelers, but you get a 6th-round pick maybe for him. Like, you're not getting anything back for him because of the domestic violence stuff now, where it's like, well, maybe he's going to get suspended. His contract, you basically either have to cut him at the end of the year or give him a new contract. So that's another piece I don't think many people want to do to him. So there's just not a ton of value. But you also go, well, if we just cut him and we just go, this guy's a problem, we just cut him. Now all that stuff we gave up for him comes back to bite us because people are mad at that. And then worst case scenario, he goes somewhere and is good again. Like that's your real worst case, because if he goes out and week 5, he joins another team, week 4, week 5, he's on another team and he turns into the best receiver in football again. or, third or fourth. He's top 5. Let's go that way. He'll never be the best again, but top 5 receiver in football again. You're like, oh, it's you. Every one of you has to be fired now. Like, and we got to clean house because clearly it's something here. It's not him. He was not the problem. You all the problem. If you let him go and no one picks him up, or he tries out for a couple teams and it doesn't work out, that's a different story. And then you can go, yeah, he was a cancer. I'm with you though. I'm much more in the, it feels like they probably over the offseason already tried multiple times to trade him and just no one was no one wanted it. And you also, if you're the Dolphins, we have to get a player back. We're past the draft. I can't go get another wide receiver now. So I have to trade him and, give us a wide receiver. Give us somebody. Call up the Chiefs. Go, I'll tell you what, we'll just take Hollywood Brown. We just need somebody. I don't care anymore. We just got to give us a 6 in Hollywood Brown and we'll take it. And you can have your guy back. Which I don't think they would do. I don't think the Chiefs want to go back into that world. But they already got Kareem Hunt back on that roster, and then Rashee Rice. I don't think they need to add more chaos to that roster right now. But yeah, I don't know where you go from this. And that's kind of the problem. And this is somewhat all comeuppance for the owner of the Dolphins, who tried to cheat the system and do the whole Tom Brady deal behind the back and tried to pay his coaches to lose. And, that's where the lawsuit came down. If him trying to pay, what's his name? The coordinator out of from New England that's now in Minnesota.
I can't recall off the top of my head.
I can't remember. Brian Flores. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
But that whole lawsuit that came down, it does feel like this is kind of their comeuppance at the end of the day. But I mean, they need a full reset now. They're clearly not going to be in the picture. I don't think Indianapolis is going to be a world beater. So I know it's an overreaction maybe from week 1, but at the end of the day, that's a tough look for the Miami Dolphins. How about this one? That the what's the storyline going to be for the Browns? The Browns and their quarterback room after a week where that offense was not, we knew it wasn't going to be good, but it felt, you're in the game. You only lost by a point. The Bengals defense, though, you made them look good. And so people are like, oh, this Bengals defense is going to be good. I don't know. They couldn't run the ball whatsoever. Joe Flacco threw all right. He threw for 290. But he threw 2 picks. When do you start rotating quarterbacks here if you're the Browns?
Now. I mean, I don't think you have anything to lose. You're not a playoff team. You were never going to be a playoff team. I understand the idea that, Shedeur Sanders getting out there too early might end up, a negative thing on his career if he loses confidence and all that stuff. But I mean, you really don't have anything to lose if you're the Browns. It's like with the Giants. Like, you came out and Russell Wilson was dog water, and your whole offense was stagnant. So now they're leaving the opportunity to put Jackson Dart in immediately. Like, they haven't said that they're not going to do it, which leads me to believe they're going to do it sooner than later. So, why not throw Shedeur Sanders out there or Dylan Gabriel? It doesn't really matter. You don't try to find something that makes this offense look a little bit more consistent. And that's going to be difficult with the running game because none of those guys really run the football, but get Quinshon Judkins signed to a contract and start playing around with your quarterbacks and see what happens. Because I really don't think that there's anything you have to lose at this point.
Well, Judkins is signed now, so he's good. So they've got him now signed. He's ready to go. Samson was decent in receiving, just couldn't run the football. All right, next storyline for you. What's going to happen in Pittsburgh? Aaron Rodgers goes for 244 and 4 touchdowns. Gets a win over his old team, the Jets. Hits DK Metcalf, four receptions for 83 yards. Is this going to work, or is it still the powder keg is brewing and all the quietness and Aaron Rodgers getting to be his old smug self and wave off the Jets fans after week 1? all of that? Is it brewing, or is Mike Tomlin just going to be like, guys, we found a way to 9 wins?
I think it's probably going to be, guys, we found a way to 9 wins. I don't know though. Like who'd they play? The Jets. Like, I don't know how much you can take away from beating the Jets.
I mean, they looked okay. Breece Hall, 19 carries, 107 yards. Solid run for Breece Hall.
But that's still a rebuilding franchise. So it's not like you went out there and you beat the Bills. You know what I mean?
No, and you had to come back to win too.
Yeah, I think this Aaron Rodgers thing is going to end up blowing up in their face at a certain point. I think they'll probably miss out on the playoffs. He'll look good at times. He'll look washed at times. And then you'll get into a situation at the end of the year where it's like, should we move on from Mike Tomlin? I just think it's like it for me. It's kind of like the Dolphins in a sense, where are we overreacting to 1 week, or is this really going to be the trend? Obviously, it's a different side of the spectrum, but it's a situation where, like, let me see them in a couple more games before I'm ready to say that Aaron Rodgers is back. You know
I mean, we know he's back, baby. He's said it. He's ready to go. Clearly, he's the guy. Got no problems.
What's really going to be annoying here, Patrick, is that they don't play anybody good until they play the Bengals in October, and really until they play the Packers later that month. So the Steelers could look really good for the next few weeks until they run into a real team. Like, they play the Seahawks this week, then they play the Patriots, they play the Vikings, which they're okay, but then they get the Browns. They still have the Colts on their schedule. The second half of the season is where I think that this thing really falls off the rails for them.
Okay. So it could be a 9-win team, because if they do well enough early, then you just got to get a couple of those, or it could just yeah. All right. What about this Colts team? There's storylines in the Colts that Anthony Richardson now feels completely expendable. Daniel Jones scored on every possession, I believe. That's what we heard. Every possession they got points off the board, and that's not done in the NFL. He goes 22 for 29 for 272 and a touchdown. The run game wasn't even great. Ran for 3.9 yards per carry, so it wasn't like the run game was carrying this team. Daniel Jones just willed it to be, and they didn't make a lot of mistakes. Just game managed it, and it went against the Dolphins. Are the Colts real contenders for the AFC South? Is this now the new era of the Irsay women that are now running the team? The Irsay sisters running the team. Is this the new era of Daniel Jones, and it was a mistake, and it's just really the Giants and not Daniel Jones and all these other things? Or is this is just because the Dolphins are so bad?
I think it's because the Dolphins are so bad, and I think that they're going to run into a buzzsaw this week when they play the Broncos, because I still think that's the best defense in the NFL. Tyler Warren looks really good, though. Daniel Jones looks like he's not trying to do too much, so I think they're going to be better than we thought they were. I just don't think that that's really going to translate into anything, but like maybe you'll be a little bit better than the Titans.
All right. What about our Kansas City Chiefs? The struggles that every offseason, everybody thinks that the reign may be over, that the teams around them are getting better. And now we just see the Chargers get a win. We saw that the Raiders got a win. We see the Broncos are there getting a win. Is this the year that the Chiefs finally lose the AFC West?
Yes. I still think they're a playoff team, but I don't think they're going to win the division. They don't look like the same Chiefs that we've seen the last few years. I mean, Justin Herbert diced him up. Lad McConkey diced him up. I don't know what happened with that Travis Kelce and Xavier Worthy play, but that was weird. Like, how do you make that mistake and just completely take out your guy? Is it because Taylor Swift said his name on a podcast? Like,
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is, man.
I'm kidding, but like
the jealousy is for real, man.
But they just don't look like the dominant team that we've seen the last few years. And I think it kind of started last year. They just got really lucky down the stretch in a lot of these games and won a lot of one-score games with a lot of help from referees. They didn't get those calls in this game. And I mean, I think that as long as Pat Mahomes is there, they're going to compete. But I think that this is finally the year where somebody else emerges out of that division as the winner. I want to say that I picked the Broncos before the year started. Maybe the Chargers are the team, though. They need to run the ball better, but Justin Herbert looked really, really good.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't really see Najee Harris, so we don't know if maybe he's not fully healthy. He played in the game. He just wasn't getting run. So who knows where he's at. Here's an interesting one that I saw today. Since the Jaguars traded away Tank Bigsby to the Eagles, and Tank Bigsby didn't have a good day. He had 5 carries for 12 yards, so not a good day for Tank Bigsby. But Travis Etienne has a really good day. Is this an overreaction to a good day against what appeared, at least in preseason, to be the worst defense in the NFL of the Panthers? Is this an overreaction to trade away one of your backs? Or is this just they feel really good about Tootin? And they're like, Rudy Tootin, Michelle Tootin is going to come in and be our really good back. So we can take a risk, because all talk before the season was Tank Bigsby is fighting for that starting job, and Tank Bigsby is in the place where they like Etienne, but if he's not producing, Bigsby kind of fits the Bucky Irving mold. And we know Liam Cohen was Bucky Irving's guy last season. So that was a thought. They get rid of him after week 1. Was it an overreaction, or is this they just feel good about something else?
I don't know. Maybe it's a situation where the Eagles just really wanted Tank Bigsby. I don't know who approached who about the trade, but that's a really bad defense in Carolina. And 5 carries for 12 yards against that defense is gross. So maybe there was something brewing there where they weren't really confident in him and he wasn't doing things right or whatever the case may be. And then they gave him one last chance against the Panthers, and he did exactly what they thought he was going to do. And so they're like, all right, we're shipping him off. But it does feel like a little bit of an overreaction. I mean, I feel like there's other teams that struggle to run the football that, against not great defenses. So I don't know. Like the freaking, like, Saquon Barkley had a rough time against the Cowboys. So I don't know. Maybe the Eagles just really needed to add to their running back depth. It's really hard to tell. It does feel like a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction, though, at some aspect.
All right, one more I'll throw at you. We know Kirk Cousins still sitting on the bench in Atlanta. It doesn't feel like he is ever going to play for this Falcons team again. So if we say he's gone with Falcons, by the way, Bijan Robinson, still a beast. That guy's so good. That guy's really, really good. And I mean, he only averaged 2 yards per carry, but his receiving numbers, he had 6 receptions for 100 yards. So they weren't able to ever get anything going in the run game, and they just started passing the ball out of it and hitting Robinson for it, and he was doing quite well out of there. Michael Penix has 298 yards passing in a game where they could not run the football whatsoever against Tampa Bay. But Kirk Cousins, is there a team that you think is a front runner to make the phone call? What do we got to give up to get him, or is everybody still just waiting for an injury, kind of for someone to go after him?
It's probably a case where people are still waiting for an injury. I think if there's one team that probably needed to trade for Kirk Cousins yesterday, it's probably the Browns. But I mean, I feel like that ship has kind of sailed. I can't really think of another team off the top of my head that, like, oh God, we don't have a quarterback. I feel like that if there's a team that ends up trading for him, Justin Fields is kind of injury prone. He runs the ball a lot. I feel like if he gets injured and they're in contention, they might make a move for him if the cap allows for it. I don't know the cap situations and that kind of a deal, but it kind of feels like that situation where a guy's going to have to go down before he gets an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's an interesting one to keep watching as a brewing storyline across the NFL. I got a few minutes left here in the show. Let's go look at some of the new head coaches across the NFL as well. See who looks like they maybe got a good hire, maybe not such a great hire. How about the Raiders and Pete Carroll pulling off a win in week 1, beating another new head coach in Mike Vrabel, getting the 20-13 win. Geno Smith throws for 362, has a 102.8 quarterback rating. We know Ashton Janty didn't necessarily get going the way they'd want him to get going. But you talk about this offense and being able to throw the football. Brock Bowers has over 100 yards. Jacoby Myers gets another 97. The passing seemed to be working. The Geno Smith trade seemed to be working out for the Raiders early. Again, this is a Patriots team that is rebuilding as well. As far as the Patriots go, you see that Travion Henderson is still clearly your best back. They only run him 5 times, though. They do throw it to him 6 times as well out of the backfield, but you don't run him more. You run Ramondre Stevenson 7 times for 15 yards. Like, I don't get it. You run Travion Henderson is the dude. He is clearly the dude. Use him up. Go ahead. He is clearly the dude there. Drake May's not terrible. They end up not being able to get in the end zone enough, though. So the Raiders get the win. What do you think about Pete Carroll getting his first win here with the Raiders and Mike Vrabel maybe having a little bit longer road with the Patriots?
This is probably how I would have seen it going from the beginning. I think there's been a lot of undue hype around New England over the last couple weeks. I don't think anybody's been picking them to do anything crazy, but they were really bad last year. They had a good draft, but they didn't really do anything this offseason outside of their draft to move the needle for me. I think that's a project over there, and it's going to take Mike Vrabel a season or 2 before he can get it the way that he wants to get it. The thing that was most shocking to me was one, Geno Smith just absolutely dicing up that secondary, and 2, Ashton Janty, 19 carries for 38 yards.
Not good.
Not good, man. I did not see that coming at all. I knew that offensive line wasn't great, but it's not like he hasn't had to deal with that through his entire career at Boise State. Like, he's playing at Boise State. It's not like he's got an SEC offensive line in front of him. So I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned if I'm the Raiders about that, but
and they did spend some money on that defensive line. The Patriots did, and I feels like that was we want to win in the trenches, and then they just got thrown all over, and maybe it wasn't exactly what they needed to see done. The only other new coach to win the game was Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. They beat a Panthers team. They looked okay. Trevor Lawrence wasn't exactly world-beating. You get a huge game out of Travis Etienne. He does have a 71-yard run in there as well, kind of boost those numbers a little bit more. But, if you take that out, 15 carries for, roughly 70-something yards, it's still not a bad game for Travis Etienne. So they ran the ball well, which is what they kind of did there, but I didn't get the Trevor Lawrence effect yet. You may not get that in week 1. What do you think about Liam Cohen? Is he going to be able to turn this around, or is this going to be a project as well in there in New England or in Jacksonville?
I think it's going to be a project. I just don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. He's got weapons all around him. Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas, is it Travis or Trevor Etienne? I can never keep those. Trevor Etienne. They've got a lot there. It's just something feels off about their offense. I think it's Trevor Lawrence. I don't know. I didn't get to watch as much of the game as I wanted to. Regardless, it's, the Jaguars are always going to be a project until they're good. They've been a project for a really long time. So I don't.
Travis
Etienne. So yeah, I think it's going to be. It's kind of like a similar situation to New England for me, except I think they're a little bit farther ahead.
Aaron, we also see the Jets have their new coach, Aaron Glenn. He gets a loss as well. This one, they were playing pretty decently. Justin Fields, who we know started out well last year too, so we'll see how this season goes on. He has 119.1 quarterback rating after this game. So, played pretty well. Breece Hall runs for 100 yards as well. So everything seems like it's going okay. The defense, though, wasn't what it needed to be. The Pittsburgh Steelers were able to come back and get the win. But I think, Aaron Glenn kind of got that team a little bit closer to what they did better than I thought they were going to do. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think that they're a team that's on the up and up for sure. I really liked what I saw to Justin Fields. I really liked what I saw to Breece Hall. Garrett Wilson's a really tough dude. Austin kid, by the way. They've got some things to figure out on defense, and with a defensive head coach, I'm sure they'll get it figured out. But I'm high on them in terms of what their future looks like at this point, at least.
We also saw Kellen Moore with the Saints. I mean, I don't know how much you can say. Kellen Moore is in the position that's pretty unenviable of trying to coach up this Saints team. They didn't get blown out. They were in the game with the Cardinals. So I'm going to give Kellen Moore a passing grade, even though it's a loss, because you held the Cardinals within a touchdown game, then a one-score game, and I don't think many people think the Cardinals are going to be, or the Saints are going to be, a many one-score games.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Spencer Rattler looked really bad though.
He looked like
less
Spencer
than 60%.
Rattler?
He looked like Spencer Rattler. He was 27 of 42, which is under 60%. Averaged 4.7 yards per completion, which is gross. Alvin Kamara did okay. His numbers were a little bit inflated by an 18-yard run. Jawan Johnson was probably the best player on the team for them that day. They're certainly not going to go 0-17. I'll say that.
Yeah,
but they're probably going to go 1-16 or 2-15.
Yeah, it does feel like this is a team that will at least be in some games and has a chance to win a few until they'll win at least one or two throughout all of it. We already talked about Ben Johnson a little bit, got the loss against the Vikings. So let's go to the last one. Where are you with Brian Schottenheimer after week one? Better performance than a lot of people thought in this game. They lose by 4, have a chance to win the game late. So there's some hope alive for this Dallas team, or at least for some people. Where are you putting Schottenheimer after 1 week?
I feel a lot better than I did going into the game. I thought they were going to get beat by 20 points. The last 2 times they played Philly, they lost by an average of like 30, I think. So it was a much better performance than I expected. Dak Prescott looked dialed in. He was right on the money for the majority of that game. They were running the football pretty well, which I didn't expect. A lot of that had to do with Jalen Carter not being there, but they still were able to run the football. And if it's not for 3 CeeDee Lamb drops, they probably win. So I think you have to have some confidence if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan going into your next game. I hesitate to be too confident about it because it is just one game. And you're probably going to look pretty good this week against the Giants because it's the Giants. And you own the Giants, especially Dak Prescott. He truly owns the Giants. Like, the Giants need to pay him their milk money at the beginning of every season. But it's a work in progress for me. I liked what the offense did. I liked what the offensive line did. I was impressed with the defense for the most part. If there is 25 of the other, or 27 of the other 32 quarterbacks in the NFL playing for the Eagles in that game, they probably don't score close to 24 points because Jalen Hurts was the only reason they were doing anything offensively. I mean, if it was Lamar Jackson or, Josh Allen, then yeah, like you probably still have that same kind of game. But otherwise, like they really locked up the running game in Saquon Barkley. So and they were playing really hard for Brian Schottenheimer too, which is something that like I really haven't seen out of the Cowboys the last couple of years. I felt like they've just been kind of going through the motions at a lot of times. It seems like they really wanted to play hard in that game for Brian Schottenheimer, which is very positive. I still don't think they're a playoff team, but I think that you at least have a reason to be confident.
No, I'm with you. I think, you could have been super distracted. There's a lot of reasons to have more failures on that team than you had, and he did get him ready. So, hats off to him as he starts his journey. He is kind of in a fluctuating one for us because you're like, all right, he's saying all the right things. Oh, he's saying all the right things. And then we get to the Micah Parsons stuff, and you're like, and training camp, and you're like, oh no, you're not saying the right things anymore. Things seem to be taking a head the wrong direction. Week 1 feels like he's somewhat righted the ship. So hats off to Brian Schottenheimer as we finish up week 1 and all the new coaches. Let's take our second break, Matt. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show and get our meathead of the day here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Tuesday afternoon. Appreciate everybody playing along on the text line, playing along on the chat as well with us as we get to our meatheads of the day. And Matt, want to get your opinion. We're just talking coaches on this controversy or this non-story story that Bill Belichick is trying to make more of a thing than it appears is a thing. This is a clip of Bill Belichick asked why he is not allowing the Patriots scouts to North Carolina practices and giving them tickets to games.
This is away from the game, but we haven't heard from you yet on this. Obviously, reports this week of New England Patriots scouts being banned from practice. Just want to give you the opportunity to comment on that and provide some sort of explanation on that.
Yeah, well, no, it's clear that I'm not welcome there around their facility, and so they're not welcome in ours. Pretty simple.
The most petty old man possible. I'm going to take a chance away from the kids that I'm supposed to be caring about and these young athletes to have a team scout them that is one of the NFL teams, but take that away from them because I'm petty because I'm still mad I got fired, and I think they should have never fired me and let me coach for the next 50 years if I wanted to because I was so good when I was there. And then they were after this, I asked Mike Vrabel, and he goes, "We'd love to see him up here. Welcome anytime." So I know Robert Kraft may have a different standing on that. There may be other things in there, but Mike Vrabel, it's like, I like Bill Belichick. Why would I care if he comes up here? But Bill Belichick still holding a grudge against the Patriots.
Yeah, move on, Bill. This is among some of the most petty things that I've ever seen in football. Like I'm not sure how many kids on that team are going to get scouted by the Patriots anyway because they look terrible.
Yeah.
But you're still taking an opportunity away from a kid to get noticed by an NFL scout. The God's honest truth, I don't think the New England Patriots give two shits about Bill Belichick and what he does, whether he comes up there, whether he doesn't. I don't think they care. I think this is all something that's made up in his brain because he has to have a grudge against somebody. If you're going to have a grudge against anybody, have it against Tom Brady because he's the reason that you're so good. He's why you got carried and why you're elevated as one of the best coaches in the history of the NFL, when in reality it was really your quarterback who did everything for you. So, move on. It's pathetic, honestly. Just another sideshow for North Carolina that they don't need to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was a player to be like, why are they not allowed? If they don't like me, and I'm like, so wait, are you like my pimp now? What is happening that you're allowed to just take away opportunities from? Isn't the whole point is you to give me more opportunities? And like the organization that you know best now is off limits. We're not supposed to go to the Patriots. By the way, do you know who their quarterback is? Former North Carolina quarterback, Drake May. Maybe we should have some sort of tie with North Carolina, since their starting quarterback played here. Seems silly to have an argument with that team if you're the coach of North Carolina, but that's just me.
I have a question for you real quick,
Yeah,
Patrick.
go ahead.
Do you know what Bill Belichick's record as a head coach was before Tom Brady showed up?
I don't, but I guarantee it wasn't great.
41-55.
Oh man, that's like Billy Napier numbers.
Yeah. You're not what everybody says you are.
He's a great defensive coordinator.
He had one winning season before Tom Brady showed up.
Yeah, no, he's a great defensive coordinator. We're aware of that. That's what we're going with. Here's the other piece. If you thought you were having a bad weekend at any point, just be glad you were not this guy at MetLife during their national anthem.
Please help this person.
Who gets stuck out on the flag? Somehow he ends up out on the flag while they're pulling it out. The giant field-sized flag, he somehow ends up on top of it as they unwind it. Don't know how that happened, but that is not a good look if you get stuck out on that flag.
How is that even possible?
I don't know. Here's another view of it, by the way. So in the crowd. I don't know. He's so far out in it.
Like, how does that happen? Like, is there a hole in the middle of the flag that he?
But see, if that was the case, it's above ground. You'd crawl out from underneath and be like, you know what? Let's not do this the most embarrassing way. Let's do this the least embarrassing way that maybe no one will even catch that I've come out from underneath it, right?
Yeah. Did he get pushed onto it and then they were like flapping it and he kept getting rolled and rolled and rolled to the other side until
I don't know. I don't know how he ends up there. I would have loved to see the whole video. I've only seen these clips of it. But yeah, that is a bad Sunday afternoon start your game. And the rest of the day, you're watching the game and everyone's coming up like, you okay? And you're like, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's not a big deal. Please stop mentioning this.
I mean, Patrick, I think we need to get Keith Morrison from Dateline on the case and figure out exactly what happened here.
I'm trying
because
to think.
this is a mystery.
Like, so basically, yeah, you would have to figure as the guy when they all start running out, right? So they're all kind of walk out in the middle of the field and then they expand out, right? That when they do that, he falls in. And then the fact that he is one dude with 100 other people pulling back the thing, he just rolls out into the middle. And he's like, oh no, I have fallen in. And now as they pull out, I am stuck way farther in and I'm not still on the edge. And now I have to get off. And it's not really even like I can't even walk off because it's not on the ground. It's floating in the air with people holding it. So I can't just walk off of it or run off of it really quick. I have to like awkwardly crawl off of it.
But did nobody see him? Like, just drop the flag.
Well, you can't drop the flag.
Well, yeah, I guess not. But like,
also look how many people are holding this flag. Like, look at the amount of people that are holding it. All those people are holding it up.
And they're all watching him.
Yeah, because there's nothing you can do at that point. That is, I love it. I love it a lot. That is hilarious.
Only at MetLife.
Only at MetLife. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Start to get into some UTEP talk as well as we start to get ready for another week of Texas football here on Open Gym. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.